Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 88, your weekly dose of Tuna Cup action. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by someone special, someone amazing. Once again, I'm not alone. I'm joined by the one, the only, the Seal Moth.
Yo!
Oh my god.
Gang signs. Where, steel side.
Steel?
Is that an S? It looks like an S. Oh no, it's a Z, right? No, is that? No, that's a Z. That's an S. Okay, there we go. S side. It's like an S, and then it's an M. Like steel mold.
It's very gangster.
That's my-
It's very gangster.
It's my gang sign now.
Yeah.
I'm super gangsta, everybody, just so you know.
God.
I'm not to be trifled with. I'm not to be messed with.
Exactly. You mess with the steel, you get the mold.
And then you have to go see a doctor, and it's a whole thing.
Oh, no. But we have our first series. We're jumping in. We have our first series here of the broadcast. Exclamation mark, be in the chat. Have a look back yourselves. We have a treat already here. We don't just have a returning codecaster, but a returning player as well. Also from the Ducklings.
Yes, in the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of Australia, otherwise known as the both wrists of Voltron, playing for the CranKy Ducklings, that is us. It is our purple Zerg. Give it up for Oreo.
And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Medic Jr. And very quickly, if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as you can get your gamble going as we jump into our first series of the broadcast.
And you're always forgetting something. I always forget the predictions thing. It's not even my job to remember it, but I still manage to forget it.
You're like, oh yeah, predictions are a thing. True. Back in our day, we couldn't predict Steel. We just couldn't do it.
Back in our day, we didn't have predictions. We used to have to guess on our own. Make our own guesses in our own heads and pretend like we knew what was the result at the end. Actually, we did have predictions. We had like bots and stuff, right? Didn't we have like...
Yes. I think that was one of the big things of... I don't know if you watched much Bay Straight TV, but they had their own like prediction system before predictions were a thing.
Yeah, with the Partoufs.
Yes, exactly. They're Partoufs.
Welcome to the old days podcast with the Light and Still Mole, where we reminisce about stuff that used to be important to us, even though it was kind of nonsense anyway. So, you know.
If you remember Partoufs out there, then you know. Likewise, someone else who's also from back in the day as well, Oreo, he hasn't competed in years, by the way. I honestly can't remember the last time. I think he has played in the Tuna Cup at least once before, but it's been a very long time.
You know, he's been busy. He had studies and stuff.
Yeah.
And then life and whatnot. At least he's not playing Kerrigan Survival 2 all the time.
It's true. He could be Stardock, it's true. could be a lot worse. God damn it.
The wrists of Voltron are still strong. They're still wristing.
Exactly.
I was about to say they're still fisting, but
you can't fist without the wrist.
I don't
okay? That's what's important.
You have to fist all the way up to the wrist.
Oh god. What's happening? But now we're gonna be settling in.
Alright. I went full Asher Bro here for a second.
God no.
I'm dragging you down back.
God no. Not like this. Well, yeah, so far, I mean, nothing crazy, right? We have a 3cc opener here into Banshee's sort of standard opener out of Medic Jr. Likewise, Oreo has been droning, has been saturating. So far, we haven't really missed anything, just been some standard openers, so now we can actually get into the game itself.
So far, nothing crazy. We do have a Baningness on the way. Banshee with Cloak is coming out for Medic Jr. Does get scouted by the Overlord there.
Yeah, so really nice time to scout here from Oreo, so he is fully aware of what's going on. Likewise, it's going to be up to Oreo to maintain himself with his queen. So far, the queen kind of solid. It's all about keeping up with the rotations of the Hellions and keeping up with the rotations of the Banshees as well.
So far, Medic Jr. hasn't been super active on the map, only using the Reaper, but now with the Hellions, there's a chance to start cleaning creep, maybe getting an angle on some workers, but 3 queens waiting here are going to prevent that. That's not going to be easily to break for the Terran right now.
Yeah, exactly. The queens are in position. The Hellions are deflected. With that, a big shout to Luis GGG in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much. Gracias, gracias, Papi. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And prepare for some hate to sell later on tonight as well. We will be jumping into that. For now, welcome to the Sparkling Tunica.
I keep in my brain, every time I hear it just said, I'm like, home story LARP or home story LARP?
God damn it.
It's stupid.
It's one letter off.
I know it's Hispanic StarCraft League, right?
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it means. Yeah. Ooh, I like the background. I love the backgrounds in some of these maps. They've come a long way. These map makers. Ooh, so pretty. Right, 2 Cloak Banshees coming into the main base of Oreo. Gonna get a queen. Start munching up on some workers.
Yeah, not too bad. Queen goes down. A couple of workers as well. Deny mining on the gas guys. The queens are going to be able to respond. This isn't too major damage, but damage nonetheless here from Meg Jr. Is going to be going for the spawning pool. And so far, no major commitment here with the queens.
That one Banshee has 1 health point.
Ooh, and
gonna snipe the spawning pool.
Yeah, the spawning pool goes down. Very nice damage here out of Medic Jr. Again, Oreo, he didn't want to overreact. He didn't want to leave himself vulnerable to the Hellions, so he did not react with the rest of the queens. With that, spawning pool goes down, and Oreo, he has to rebuild.
I mean, it does have a baning nest, so that's pretty much all he needs, right?
Yeah. Oh, that as the one Banshee does finally go down. But as you were mentioning, Medic Jr., he's getting ready for his push. Now, this is terrifying because right now, Lings cannot be rebuilt. They cannot be made right now. Oreo, as you mentioned, he can more friends on Banelings, but this is still a really rough timing here for him.
Well, yeah, it's always a bad timing for the Zerg at this point when the Terran starts pushing. But the creep is still pretty deep. There are a bunch of queens to defend. If Oreo buys enough time to get some more Zerglings out, he should be okay. There are Hydralisks on the way, Banelings are being morphed. He might lose this one hatchery here, but I don't think he's going to go down completely just now.
Yeah, he's got his Banelings on the way, as you mentioned. As you mentioned, he did lose the base, but he did save and preserve his drones. Does pull away in time, is double expanding. The gold base is up and running. So despite losing a base, he still has a solid economy, and the spawning pool is now rebuilt instantly. 42 Lings are on the way, and Meg Jr., he does not push onto creep. Oreo, he will hold on.
Good creep spread by Oreo. It's already like half across the map, and Medic Jr. hasn't been up on his game to clear it up. And now Oreo has some pretty good positioning here. Gonna jump on top of these tanks. Some of them are going to go down to the Zerglings almost immediately. Banelings connecting, but not enough. And Oreo backs away. But Medic Jr. does lose a big chunk of the army.
Yeah, that was a lot of really good bathing connections. As you mentioned, there were no splits, no spread there from Medic Jr. Likewise does catch some of the queens. Mining is going to be denied once again. Now going for the gold base.
So both players are taking a little bit of a beating here and there, but so far they are pretty much equal in terms of supplies and game advancement.
Yeah, Slings, they do counterattack across the map, but mining is going to be denied. 8 SCV is going to be going down, so good counterattack here from Oreo. Does deny mining at the third base, but Oreo, he will lose another expansion.
However, he's getting another fourth towards the south side of the map. He might actually snipe that third base of Medic Jr. No, it was lifted up in time. Some of the Zerglings even managed to get away here. So, nice counter damage, but I don't know if Oreo did enough. The Terran is so far getting away with a pretty robust economy. Even a fourth base is being set up right now.
Yeah, 100%. Like, Oreo, he's in a rough position here. He is on 3 bases. He's going to be soon down, if not even on the base count with his opponent. Likewise, the Ling Bane is really hurting here. I mean, losing that spawning pool earlier was brutal just because the first push did so much damage. With those hatcheries going down, it also impacts his production, his larva.
He does have a macro hatchery at home. He did put that down earlier on, realizing that he's going to have trouble with losing all these hatcheries. Oh, that was a kill, not a cancel. But Oreo does do cross damage across the map as well. Banning is rolling into the army.
Oh my
Great banning connections here.
Yeah, that
army
is.
was erased.
I mean, that is keeping Oreo in this. He gets some incredible connections, as you mentioned. At the same time, massively counterattack Lings. They bust into the natural. They bust into main. GG gets called, and Oreo, he will bring it back. He will take game number 1 after a very intense game.
Well, while one wrist was defending at home, the other wrist was counterpunching
Oh, no.
on the other side of the map. The wrists of Voltron. They're powerful.
You can achieve a lot with 2 hands, with 2 wrists. Oh, no.
I was about to say, you can push very far.
Oh, God. You need to calm down, Pappy. You need to calm down. Oh, no.
Sorry. I think I cramped myself laughing. Okay, calm down. Okay, I'll drink some PM. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. All right.
So,
So second map is going to be ley lines.
Yes, here we go. We're getting into game number 2. It is going to be on ley lines, and it was a pretty intense game 1, pretty back and forth as well. As you mentioned, Medi Jr., he was honestly getting some really nice rotations, really nice army movement. I would say he was excelling quite a lot because of that, but something that was not going his way were the engagements, right? As you mentioned, time and time again, we had some massive bailing connections on the Bio army. That's what was really hurting him were the main fights, less so the army movement.
Yeah, and you know, Oreo, it was in a pretty rough position. I really like the macro hatchery. He kind of missed it a little bit, but he added that macro hatchery just in time to like really save his production. Anyway, we are on ley lines, where the lines are being laid. Like you see those lines that's coming out of the hatchery. That's like the rally lines. They're ley lines. The lines that you lay. That's what the map means. In the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of Australia, representing our very own clan, the CranKy Ducklings, both wrists of the great Voltron, it is a red Zerg, Oreo.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the American Terran. It is Medic Jr.
They're not the same colors. I'm getting confused. My brain.
I know.
Oh no. Hey, see that Overlord is laying down lines, laying the lines.
Laying down the
ley
line.
lines. Laying down the lines on the power lines.
It's crazy.
Did we came to the conclusion that these power lines are the lines that are being laid?
We came to a lot of conclusions about the lines. Yes. But we have the power lines. We have these like massive like energy lines like going through like whatever station we're on. Apparently, we're on a station maybe.
We have lava for some reason.
Yeah. There's vegetation as well. There's a lot going on here. It's fine.
Is there a lore explanation? What is this like glowing purple bits like just out of nowhere? It's just like a pit with glowing. It looks like a summoning circle from like a Diablo or something.
Yeah, that's really they're just marks for the next ley lines. They're just marking it.
It's where they lay the line. Yeah, that's right. There's a pole there.
Yeah,
There's a big pole there, just waiting for the lines to be laid.
Exactly. See, it all makes sense.
It all makes sense. It all makes sense.
I am bothered though that the ley lines are exposed like this. Like this would never be a thing. Like this, like these massive giant extension cables like around the planet, like not buried,
it does
not
look
underground.
like. Have you ever seen like a big like music production, like a live festival or something, where they have this like, giant
Yeah.
like rolls of cables going on from the stage to like the control room or something, and they have like little plastic things that so people won't step on them. That's kind of like this thing.
I mean, kind of, but like I feel like that's only for like temporary things, right? Like they're exposed like this because we're gonna like get rid of them anyway. I don't know if that's the case here.
I mean, it's a temporary it's a temporary system, you know. The Terrans come in, they drop their command center, they lay the lines, they grab the minerals, and they float away.
But they take the time to sand down bridges. Apparently, they take.
They take the time to make pristine wooden bridges.
God damn it.
Get them bridges. But at least we know where they got the wood from this map.
Yeah,
currently.
there you go.
This is where they got the timber,
exactly.
the lumber
From a different planetary system.
Well, they have spaceships; they can move around, you know.
Yeah. It's fine. Makes sense. Once again, standard opener. Once again, a third CC into Banshee, so the same build that we saw last game out of Medic Jr. Meanwhile, Oreo behind this is going to be a little bit greedier this time, is going double Evo Chamber before Lair, prioritizing his upgrades, cutting a couple of corners here.
Keeping the Burning Nest early on, that might be a bit detrimental, since it's kind of what saved him in the last game. Those fantastic Baneling connections.
Yeah, we'll get there eventually, but as you mentioned, right, like Oreo, he is going to be delaying them a little bit further until his lair is done. Until then, we do see the Queen's a little bit out of position. Hellions looking for a way in, but they don't quite go for it.
I'm wondering why. There was a kind of a clear path there. The Hellions could just drive around the Queens and, you know, get into the main base.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't know how many lings there are. Like we can see, like the lings that were here, like would not have been enough to really stop him. But like you don't know, right? Like are there a lot? Are there none? Is there an opening? Are there more queens? Is there Sim City?
I kind of feel like it's worth the risk to at least take a look. You know, you're running fast scout units. You know, they're kind of cheap. You can lose one or two just for the sake of checking.
Yeah.
Because as it is right now, Oreo is getting to spread his creep, he's getting a fourth base, completely without any damage being done.
Yeah, for sure. Like these Hellions, they do need to be a little bit more active, right? Like their purpose here isn't just to be parked outside the bases, but it is to try and delay this creep that's being spread as we speak, right? To try to slow down the tumors. Meanwhile, Banshees, they do hit the main base. This time, Queens are ready. This time, we're not going to get as crazy damage, or at least we shouldn't.
Okay, finally Hellions and the Reaper move in a little bit, and there's a scan to clean up some creep. Oreo going for the counter-attack across the map with the Zerglings while the Queens are defending at home. It's a nice move there. Banshee's still not getting quite a lot of damage, may get an extractor here, which is annoying, but not the end of the world for Oreo. Nice block here by Medic Jr., not letting the Zerglings in. Oh, they do get in, the Medic Sniper tank. It's a great snipe.
Exactly, massive pickoffs. That tank does go down. No major economic damage, but regardless, that will slow down the main push here of Medic Jr. Likewise, we have Baneling speed on the way as we did delay it, but actually lined up with +2 as well. So the upgrades here are lining up quite nicely here for Oreo. Medic Jr. does move out, and he might be able to hit before Baneling speed. It's going to be close, though.
Going to be very close and without any tanks. That's there's one tank and it's kind of behind. That's not a good situation to be in, even with the added Banshee you know, air support.
Yeah,
I was supposed to say air supply, and it's like, no, that doesn't work. That's not the right word.
Once again, as Medic Jr. moves out, another lane run by SE is going to be falling here. Medic Jr. he is distracted. At the same time, he's going to be pushing in. As you mentioned, the backbone of this army typically are the tanks, but there's only one tank, so less to work with. And Oreo, he just ignores it. He just goes for another counterattack.
Yeah, all the way up to the wrist.
You really like that.
Oh, it's going to get a lot of worker kills here. Medic Jr. is pretty much all in at this point.
He really is. As they catch another tank, SCV is going to be going down. 29 SCV kills, and Medic Jr. he does deny the fourth base, but he has to keep going. He has to gain more ground, and instead he turns around.
Ooh. I don't know if that's the right call here. Hesitating in the middle of the map while you are being dismantled at home, and there's another big wave of Zerglings coming in. So far, Oreo didn't even need the Banelings yet. He's making some now for defense, but really, they haven't really been into play.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he had them ready if need be, but of course the Lings, they've been really wreaking havoc and winning Oreo this game. They busted into the natural, into the third base, and towards the main as well. Medic Jr., he races back home, but back home, what does he have left? He has 34 SCVs.
Look at this supply. It is not good for the Terran right now.
Yeah, Medic Jr.,
He's moving out on the map. One tank is sieging up there, but the creep, look at the creep. It's so good, so well spread right in the middle of the map, and Medic Jr. just doesn't have an angle to get in and do damage.
Yeah, as he tries to move out, once again, Oreo, he goes for another run by. He's got Baneling set up here to bust into the natural. Medic Jr., he's still trying to find a way across the map, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Oreo, as he's got more Lings and more Banelings on the way.
Medic Jr. trying to push here again, but it's way too little, way too late. Medic Jr. has been all in for quite a while now, and I don't think he realizes it.
Yeah, he's just trying to be as careful as he can with this army, but again, like, time is just not working in his favor. Another Ling run by, another tank is going to go down.
Another tank, another reinforcement of Marines, and another mineral line.
Another mineral line. Meanwhile,
Just one tank left. He's just like, I'm going home. Screw this.
Does turn back around at the same time, does kill an expansion. A hatchery does fall to the Banshee, so a nice pick up here by Medic Jr. Likewise, he has been able to preserve his bio army at least. He's been bleeding out some reinforcements and some tanks. The main army here is still quite formidable. As you can see, the army supplies are actually quite close to each other. That quote-unquote supply that Oreo has is all an economy, so Medic Jr. can still take a fight, but he doesn't move out. He stays back at home.
And this fifth base of Oreo going down isn't the end of the world. I mean, it still has 4 bases. It does have a macro hatchery at home. So that really was not doing anything at all.
Yeah, just not enough damage so far. We do see Medic Jr. moving in with his double drop. Oreo, he's in position back at home. He will chase this down. Likewise, across the map, we do see Medic Jr. trying to make a stand. Oh.
Does go down.
Does go down.
Medivac.
Does go down.
Yeah, Oreo, on the other hand, Oreo is being a little too careful, maybe. Okay, there's a GG. Medic Jr. finally had enough.
Yeah, GG, well played.
I'm way too far behind.
As you were saying, no final fight there. Medic Jr., he does tap out. I mean, again, things are looking dire for him. It was damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? It's like he didn't have enough to end the game, didn't have enough to macro out of it as well. So in the end, he will tap out, and Oreo will take the 2-0.
Both wrists. Both of them. Count them one wrist, 2 wrists. X wrist.
It's a lot of wrist.
I don't have any wrist props. I should get like one of those cheapo what's her face? Female Superman, what's her name? I forgot her name. Wonder Woman, there we go. She has those wrist thingies.
Yeah,
right?
the wristbands.
That stop bullets and that protect her wrists and nothing else. Like all the other vital organs are unprotected, but the wrists.
The wrists are the most important part. It's true. It's true.
Yes.
Look, hey,
Voltron knew what he was doing.
For a StarCraft player, like, unironically. So GG, well played. Oreo does claim the series 2-0, and we have the first round wrapping up. Exclamation mark be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves as we switch our scenes over and catch up on what has been going on.
Yeah, we have the inauguration, the first time of Liquid Cure entering our tournaments. That's a lovely little addition. Speaking of a blast from the past,
yeah,
Cure for all ills.
Exactly. I'll be honest. Like when we showed up today, I didn't even notice him. But yeah, to suddenly see Cure in our tournaments, I'm very thankful. Very thankful that Cure did make his way towards our event. Again, every week it feels like we're getting a new big name showing up. Whether it's Showtime last week, or Solar, or Creator, or Bunny. It was Bunny not too long ago as well. So yeah, really cool to see Cure making his debut. As you mentioned, his first time in a Sparkling Tunica.
Actually, no. Group is supplying us the information. Fairy is supplying that Cure has played before in our tournament.
Ah, there you go. Cure, he has played before, so now we are looking to play once again, and we'll see. We'll see.
So he's already waiting in the quarterfinal, it seems. Waiting on Percival and Nicorakt, who are playing in the second round. We have Oreo versus Krystianer, which I'm assuming we are casting right now. Yeah, we're continuing. It's going to be a nice PVZ. An Ultra Love. We also have Gerald versus Azura. And ByuN versus Gilliman. Got Lemon versus Honmono, who won 2-0 against Dave Litos. We have Trigger versus Promi, and YoungYakov versus Rebellion. We're also in that second round, so we should have some pretty nifty quarterfinals here for today. Gonna have like 4 quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. We have some really
We're not
nice.
casting all of them, are we?
We have some really nice matchups coming up ahead of us here, and a lot to look forward to. Here in the tournament. For now, though, we are jumping into our next series. As you mentioned, Oreo does advance on, and he already has another opponent waiting for him. We're getting to the round 16. It's going to be Oreo versus Krystianer in the next round.
What group? We're not the only one reading it Promi? How else would I read that? It's Promee. That's how you're supposed to read it. Promi. It's not an E with a thingy. It's not Promei. I know how to read English.
It's fine.
Oh, it also goes by Prom. Okay, if it was Prom, I would have read it as Prom, but I saw Promi, and that's what I read, because I don't know any other way to do it.
Okay, but yeah, with that, we do have, some more results coming in as well. As you mentioned, Cure, he just advanced on to the quarterfinals. And again, we have the entirety of the round of 32 wrapping up already. I don't notice any notable pickoffs yet. Shout out to Lika, who is unable to cast today, but did go down to YoungYakov in the first round. But now we are here with our fresh best of 3.
As we are on Ultra Love, where ultras go to make love. We're in the northeast corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland, right?
Yeah.
Get it. Playing for onside? It is our blue. What?
Offside.
Offside. Why did they do this to my brain? It is our blue Protoss. Give it up for Krystianer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player from the land of Australia, representing the CranKy Ducklings, as he's one of our own. It is Oreo.
Every time there's like a pair of two StarCraft teams that have like names so similar that they get confused in my brain. It started with the Psionic Aftermath and Psyx. It was like the first thing. Then we have there was another one that I heard about recently that got confused.
I'm sure there's a lot. There's like Born Gosu and Team Gosu, right? Like that's a thing.
Yes.
Everyone's Gosu.
Yeah. I I think on STO I talked about it with Kuro. There was another like 2 teams that were like very similar in names.
Yeah. For this, it's a little bit different because Offside Esports is like the academy team,
Predictions.
or like the B stream of Onside Esports. So like
Predictions.
that's why that's probably why you would confuse them, which is totally understandable. Like the same team in a sense. But yes, as you were saying, if you're in the chat, hope you're ready because predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we settle in.
We totally remembered predictions. We did not forget it at all.
Yeah, we got there.
It never happens.
As we have our...
It's this good. We don't have delay, so that helps.
As we do have our Stargate opening here, so standard opening here by Krystianer. Likewise, Hashgas pull out of Oreo, so we're just going to be settling in. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild in the early game. And I'm excited to see how Oreo does play this out so far. Everything's been looking normal. We haven't had any kind of crazy twists and turns, but I want to believe that we might look to mix things up coming into the ZVP.
He's used to playing against Stargate openers.
Yeah.
Because I'm not really sure how much is that in the meta, or how long has it been in the meta.
Yeah, that's
yeah, right.
Yeah, that's a good thing to point out, just because Oreo has been inactive, right? He hasn't been playing too much StarCraft over the past year, only recently coming back to the game. But thankfully, as you mentioned, like Stargate Openers has been around for a long time. Like it's nothing crazy, nothing new in the meta, not yet.
Wasn't there in the past year a change to the Oracle or something?
The
Or am
engineer
I
charge.
confusing it with another unit? Oh, right. Yeah, you can recharge them, so
Yeah.
they're even more nasty.
Yeah. Speaking of, it's getting nasty. It's
The wrists are bleeding. The wrists.
yeah. Z1 Oracle does it between every single base. 11 drones going to be going down. Ay. Oreo getting punished here for no spore in the main base. Likewise, Queen's having a hard time keeping up, and the Oracle even survives.
This is what I was referring to. Does Oreo know that this is like a thing now? That is almost guaranteed in PvZ.
I'm sure
Because he was not prepared for this at all.
Yeah, he had queens, that is true, but as you mentioned, like that was insane damage here. Behind this, we do see Krystianer going for a delayed third expansion. Delayed for what? For his patented follow-up Archon drop opener.
If you don't like losing drones, you don't want to go up against that.
Yeah, this is something that a lot of the Polish Protoss players did popularize over the past year, is Stargate opener into Archon drop. Krystianer is very fond of this. Mana is very fond of this. Gerald does mix into it every now and then, but the Temple Archives is done and the Archons are on the way.
Well, it does catch the morphine here, so at least he knows that it's coming. Roach Warren is about to finish. So far, he's stuck on Zerglings. He does get a couple of more queens, so that he might have something beefy to handle this, but I don't know if he's ready.
Yeah, I mean, these Archons, they hit earlier than normal. You know, that is one of the strengths of this opening of this build. They head towards the mineral line. So far, the Queens, they do hold their own, but 2 drones going to be going down. Lings and Roaches are on the way, but another Queen is going to fall. No more transfuse.
Oh, one of the Archons does get low on health, has to be picked up by the Warp Prism, but a couple of Zealots, no charge, just Zealots, just normal ones. They're gonna be a bit of a backup. Oreo does go for the backstab at home, gonna catch a few probes, so that's good value there, but it does gonna get cleaned up while this push is actually turning into a bigger push than you might expect. This isn't just a drop, this is an actual attack. No, that gets recalled.
Yeah, Krystianer, he saw an opening. Like, usually you don't commit with this. That's why those are slow lots and even with charge. So he just found an opportunity, got a little bit more damage, hunting down more overlords, and he will be eventually forced back. But so far, this has been very successful for Krystianer.
Yeah, it does manage to kill a few overlords as well. That severely supply blocks Oreo, which is very nasty at this point, because he wants to rebuild everything. He wants to get a good roach count going on. He wants to remake workers, but he's just it's gonna get delayed because he needs those overlords.
It is going to be heavily delayed here. Now we have the next step on the way. Krystianer should be building up towards his Immortal production, towards Storm eventually as well, and moving out with a ground-based death ball of an army. Oreo right now is still trying to keep up and trying to recover from these Archons.
Yeah, he's been taking a beating the entire game, just one hit after another, and this is not really where you want to be. 3 bases for the Zerg against the 3 bases of a Protoss? No.
Yeah, and I will say that this build is very stylistic to a lot of the European Protosses, so I definitely don't blame Oreo from getting caught off guard by these Archons and by this follow-up. Again, it is not typically done by the Koreans or by many of the NA players either, so this can be a little bit unusual to go up against, especially if you have been on a bit of a break, but here comes that follow-up. Here we go, the Immortals are moving out. Storm was not researched, so no Storm, but instead Mass Immortal, Archon, and Charge Lot. For now, slow load.
Between 3 Archons, it does have enough AoE to deal with at least the Zerglings without much problem. So yeah, I don't think he even needs Storm.
Oh yeah.
Storm really wouldn't be doing too much here, but Charge is about to finish and a +1 ground weapons. Gonna be super dangerous.
Yeah, the upgrades are about to finish up. We just see Krystianer moving in. Oreo, he's trying to get ready here with his concave of roaches. He has a couple of Ravagers here, which can help things out, but the army does force its way through. And again, that is 4 Immortals.
Does have the ability to take down these force fields, but it takes some time, and it just doesn't find the angle. And Krystianer just keeps on pushing forward with the warpings of charge lots. He can continue the push pretty much indefinitely, as much as he wants.
Yeah, as he just zones the main army away. At the same time, he got into the mineral line of the 3rd base. 8 drones did go down, and now he's just going for the kill, going for the throat. The roach one is exposed and going for the warp in here in the face of Oreo.
Good use of the warp prism to micro these units. Krystianer manages to push forward, losing very little of his actual high value units. And this push just is inevitable and cannot be stopped. Yeah. Even by the wrists of Voltron.
GG, well played. Krystianer does take a lead in the series. Again, a very strong start from our Polish Protoss player, and we'll see if Oreo can bounce back. Again, this is a style that Krystianer is very, very well known for, is the Stargate into Archon, drop into Archon Immortal. It can be very difficult to deal with as well, and Oreo is going to have to tighten things up or shift gears and maybe be the aggressor instead against Krystianer.
Which we know he can do. He's a pretty nasty early game cheeser. You know, he can do it. He's done it before.
Yeah, all good, all good. As we are
Frostline is going to be the next map.
Yeah, it is going to be Frostline here for game number 2. Frostline is a bit of a larger map, and that will help out. Assuming that that's the map that we're going for. Assuming.
Yeah, we have a belay that. Belay that order. You have to say that like Captain Picard.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
Belay that order.
Beautiful.
Sorry, it sounded more like Yoda for some reason. My voice is a little rough. Oh.
So
we're Nayland, okay.
Oh, we're gonna lay down some more lines.
Gotta lay them lines. It does occur to me that that's the wrong lay for laying lines.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
It's not the right spelling for what we... never mind. Anyway, elsewhere on the bracket we have ByuN advancing to the quarterfinals against Gilliman 2-0. Waiting on Lemon and Honmono. We have Trigger advancing against Promi, or Prom. Waiting on YoungYakov and Rebellion.
Yeah, waiting for
things are moving.
Yeah, waiting for his next opponent. So far as you mentioned, right, the round of 16 is well underway. We don't have our next opponent yet, but it is going to be a Protoss opponent. Gerald and Azura are still facing off, so we'll be getting into that eventually. And again, I'm sure we'll be able to feature some of the other big name Koreans as well. There are some regulars that I'm missing here this week. For the first time in a long time, I don't see Skillis, but I think Skillis might also be scheduled to play in tonight's Wardy event. I know that he is hosting a group stage at the moment, and he does have a group later on tonight.
I do like that Azura's challenge icon is Adept Glaive.
Yeah.
It's like just advertising. All right, we are on once again on ley lines, where lines are being laid, or late, or latent. That's where they get the latency from. In the southwest corner of the map. Don't try to understand. It doesn't mean anything. It all the way from the land of Poland, playing for offside. Is that the right one?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, there we go. It is blue Protoss, not purple Polish Protoss, the blue Polish Protoss, Krystianer.
And spawning in the right corner, we have the Australian Zerg player, the purple Zerg, representing the CranKy Ducklings from the land of Australia. Down in the series, we'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Oreo.
Look at that, you little duck.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's crazy.
So cute.
Yeah, we're still missing Starduck. One of these days, we'll drag him back into one of these tournaments. One day.
Otherwise known as the brain of Voltron for some reason.
Is that the part that he was? He was the brain?
Yes, he was the brain of Voltron.
Why
here's the thing.
Why was he the brain?
We have Migs is the shaft.
Yeah.
That's well known. Paddymac is the tip of Voltron.
Yep.
Rio is the wings.
Okay.
Starduck is the brain.
Okay.
Dolan is the right hand. Eric is the left hand. And Oreo is both wrists. That is the lore, according to Yakuzaku. The 16th of September 2022.
God damn it.
That is the information that I have available to me.
I love that we have a left and right hand, but we also have the wrists as well. That's great.
Both wrists.
We only have the most important body parts. Only the most important ones.
Yeah, well, we started with the shaft and the tip. That's the most useful items.
God damn it. It's amazing. We need some fan art of what Voltron looks like.
No, I don't. I don't think that applies to TOS.
No, it's okay. We can censor it. It's fine. Just add Migs and Paddymac's faces, and it'll fit perfectly.
Just put a picture of pixels, all pixelated.
No. Now though, Krystianer once again getting into the bases.
Actually, since then we did have all these AI generator images. We should try to make see what the shaft of Voltron looks like to AI generators.
Oh no, it would be either amazing or horrifying.
It will be horrifying no matter what, whether it's amazing or not.
Now that once again we have the Oracle.
Krystianer coming in with that Oracle. This time Oreo much better prepared with a couple of queens waiting. So it's gonna lose a few drones, but the Oracle might actually go down. There we go.
Yeah, very nicely done here. Again, didn't have a spore in the main base, but the two queens were nicely in position. 3 drone kills for an Oracle. That is a better trade for Oreo.
We do have a Twilight Council coming out of Krystianer, so we might go again to the Archon drops.
Yeah. Once again, Twilight Council and a Robo before the expansion, so this should be for Temple Archives. As you mentioned, this should be for the Archon drop.
Apparently there's a team called Gooners.
There's a
in
meme
StarCraft?
team. That's the All Things Protoss Reddit. They started their team league recently, and they made a bunch of teams. There's a team called the Gooners. There's also a team called the Goobers.
And you think we're bad? Oh, there's a Goobers. Okay, that explains confusion. Like I said, the all StarCraft teams come in pairs. That confuse the. What's our pair? What's the Ducklings pair?
The Ducklings?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Is it the one with the camel?
The starving camels?
Is that the one that we get confused? No, there's like a team with a camel logo. That might. Oh, it's an animal logo.
Yeah, that's the starving camels. Yeah. Meanwhile, Ori's going for the all-in. So, meanwhile, back at home, Drone's going to be going down. Ori, he's losing a lot of workers here. He does have some reinforcements, but for now, he doesn't care. He commits. Moving on with his roaches and with his queens. We have immortal production on the way, but the first immortal is still in production.
Krystianer pumping out a whole bunch of shield batteries, preparing for this. This Nexus might not actually get to stay. There are a couple of archers to defend, but they are pretty much surrounded if they keep on pushing here. Some of the shield batteries don't even get to go up and they get sniped. This might actually work for Oreo. This is a good position.
Shield batteries are going to be going down. Archons are going to be zoned away as well. But what's important here is that the Immortal has arrived. This third base should go down, but can Oreo do more than that? Because he is all in. He lost he lost 12 drones across the map. He barely has an economy. He has to end the game with this push.
Or at least do enough worker damage that he can continue to rebuild his economy while Krystianer is reeling back, but I don't think that's going to happen right now. The shield batteries are up. Can he actually recharge them with this Nexus, or does it need energy?
It does need energy to work there, and meanwhile we do see Piles going to be connecting, Stalkers do go down, Archon does get picked up, very nice connection, the shield batteries are out of energy, but with the help of this prison, with the help of the micro Krystianer, he can hold on here. Oh my god.
Just picking up that immortal before it dies, and there it is. Krystianer taking the series 2-0.
GG, well played. A very impressive defense there from Krystianer. Again, he forced you all in. He even forced you all in to be a little bit weaker just because drones were going down back at home, so it meant less reinforcements for Oreo. And Krystianer, he does pull off the defense and the offense in game 1 and game 2. GG.
Yeah, very, very well done. Let's take a look. Where's my bracket? And we have Gerald waiting for Krystianer already. We have ourselves a Polish derby going on. Okay, so one of them has to be purple and the other one has to be pink. We want the purple Polish Protoss versus the pink Polish Protoss.
That might actually happen. That might happen. We are going to head on over to the European server for that. But yes, we are going to be following Krystianer into that Poland versus Poland matchup of Krystianer and Gerald.
And also in the bracket, Hyper One. Honmono wins 2-1 against Lemon and will be facing ByuN in the round of 8. And Percival wins 2-1 against Nicorakt and will be facing Cure in the round of 8 quarterfinals. And that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, that's a lot of TVTs actually. That's a lot of Terran versus Terrans. So best of luck to all the competitors as they do all face off.
Wait.
What are mirror matchups?
Do we have any Zergs left?
We have one. We have one Zerg player. Can you find him?
SMH my hedge.
We have one Zerg left in the round of 16. And I believe he could make it to the top 8, I believe.
It can happen.
Did you find him?
Stranger things have happened.
Did you find him, Steak?
What?
He's not old.
Who?
The Zerg player.
Because he's young?
Yeah, he's young. Yeah. It's YoungYakov.
I'll be totally honest. I was reading chat and I was zoning out and I didn't listen to anything you said.
You were asking who's the last Zerg player. You didn't know. You were asking. I was like, I was just trying to lead you in. God damn it.
Yes, but then my brain got distracted by chat, so... Sorry. It was my fault.
It's all good.
I should have known better. Kor was saying in chat that Hormono is cursed to always play versus ByuN.
Yeah, so best of luck to YoungYakov as he is the final Zerg player left in the tournament, and I would say he's favored against Rebellion. Trigger, though, is going to be a tough opponent, so best of luck. Regardless, vetoes are underway, and we're getting ready for that PvP. Thankfully, not pure mirror matchups, and thankfully there's at least one Zerg player left, at least.
There's one Zerg and there's a couple of Protoss, so... Well, actually, the Protoss are going up against one another, so... It could be an all TVT tournament from the quarterfinals and on.
Yeah, we could get there. We could get there. It's possible. It's possible. For now, we might just be setting up for a bit of a break until then.
Can you actually see the players in Europe? Because I can see them.
Yeah.
Any,
I win the chat channel.
I'm in the Ducklings.
Okay.
Which one? I have no idea. I may be in the Phantom one. It's a Mage Boy Hedge.
Oh, good. Oh, good. But yeah, good to see you once again, Steek. Good to see you. I do appreciate it. You've been able to join me
good to
tonight.
be here. Good to be here. It's very nice. Look, I somehow got my background back.
Yeah.
I don't know how it happened. I opened Discord today, like the video thing, and it worked. And I was like,
yeah, you fixed it. You
Yep.
fixed it.
I fix it all on my own. just me.
It's crazy.
Nobody else.
Crazy.
Which timeline are we in? The Terran timeline. The not so Zerg timeline.
What is actually? I'm trying to figure out what's happening in the background. What are all the monitors?
I don't know. It's mirrored. Hold on. I need to. I see it mirrored for some reason. I don't know why.
Mhm.
So like all this stuff is like there's bug.
Hunt.
No hunt. Oh, bug hunt. And that's RJJ systems or are all systems. Operational. All systems operational.
It reminds me of because used to, for those that don't remember, many years ago, Steel Mode, he used to stream. He used to actually stream, and you'd actually put in a lot of effort into like your overlays, depending on what game you were playing.
Yes.
It'd be like
I still make effort to all my overlays. I just don't stream them.
Like I still make overlays for the
I
game.
have several overlays for games that I have not streamed because I made the overlays and I'm like, all right, work here is done.
God damn
I
it!
don't feel like streaming it now.
You remind me of Werehog. Werehog, he sets up all these overlays and sets up all these scenes, and he never streams. Just never streams.
Yep.
God damn it.
Thing. How much as good as Babylings and Light playing 2v2? Are you comparing me to Babylings?
Oh no.
Am I that much of a degenerate? I'll have you know, I woke up at 8 a.m. today.
Hey, mate, that's copium. What do you mean? You were saying that you could barely do anything because you were hungover from yesterday.
Yeah, because I drank like half a bottle of wine, but I still woke up at 8 a.m. and I couldn't sleep in again. I did try to sleep more. It's not like it...
SMH.
SMH my hedge. See, to be fair, it wasn't the wine so much as the food. I ate more food than I eat in a day in one meal, and it kind of knocked me over more than the wine. How are we doing on on the series.
Yeah,
that
we might just cut to a short break here, just because looks like our players, they need some time. They need some time to get ready. We have them. We have the players. It's all good, but looks like they need some time to get up their vetoes and to get their matchup going. So for now, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the quarterfinals, followed by the semis, and then the grand finals thereafter.
Don't go anywhere, or I will not forgive you.
He won't.
Eye contact.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the Sparkling Tuna Cup at number 88. So I hope you enjoyed the lovely Brutal OCs. We've returned. We've returned with the quarterfinals. We've returned with what everyone wants most, a PvP.
Yes, indeed. And we are back on ley lines. A map we've been seeing quite a lot recently. You know, it seems to be the standard map for nowadays. We're in the northeast corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland. It is our red Protoss. Sans mustache, it is Gerald.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the the other Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. And of course, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open for the next minute or so.
Yeah, it was like a 50-second break because we didn't know how long the players are going to take with their vetoes. But would you rather have a 15 seconds break or a 15 minutes break? Huh? This is the better one. It's a better deal.
There we go. As we could be setting into our PvP, and again, Gerald and Krystianer, they're pretty closely matched. They do trade back and forth very often. They're kind of like two sides of the same coin. Like Gerald, he's like the more sane Polish Protoss, and Krystianer, he's, you know, a little bit more aggressive and degenerate at times. But it's great to see them duke it out time and time again.
When you say sane, on the Mio Micah level of sanity, where does that stand?
No.
When you say sane Polish Protoss.
Yeah, I mean, I would say Gerald, he's a little bit more standard. He's the more the standard player. It's like nice and hard, you know, like the dichotomy between the two players. A little bit.
Well, Haas is like, Haas is Mio Micah level crazy, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Then you have like an SOS level crazy. And what's the next level?
So where's Bly in all of this?
it's almost Polish.
Okay.
It's Polish enough.
Okay. So now we are going to be just settling and expanding 2-gate opener into an expansion out of Gerald. Likewise, 2-gate opener from Krystianer as well. So we have mirrored builds for the time being, and both players even taking in the same direction as well.
Indeed. Both going for a Twilight Council. Playing a little shenanigans at the start, trying to delay the first expansions, but nothing super crazy. So far, just scouting around, trying to find the inevitable proxies. There they are.
Yeah.
They're coming.
And
they be coming.
I wonder if Krystianer is playing something similar. Now, with this proxy pylon, do you see what I see? I see a Twilight Council finishing up, which means we have access to potentially a proxy Dark Shrine. So Gerald, he can try to mix things up a little bit.
Oh, it's a proxy Stargate from Gerald.
Ah.
Which I like. It's a good angle for it, you know. You can fly over those difficult to defend positions, you know, in the southeast of the main base, over the lava and the trees.
Yeah.
Krystianer not going for a proxy though.
Yeah.
Got that probe over there, but it's not making anything.
He's scouting more than anything, and Krystianer, he will check the location, he will scout, he will confirm the pylon and the Stargate as well.
It's like, yeah, I know you. We played before. Shema.
True. As he does rally across the map, though, it's going to be on Krystianer to shut this down. Meanwhile, Gerald, he does intercept to save this.
It's funny that the first fight of the game is actually happening on the proxy, but nice use of the force fields there, catching that stalker. This Oracle not going to come out, and the proxy gets countered. There are a couple of adepts in the natural base of Krystianer, though. They're going to shade into the main base. Yes.
Yeah, and 2 adepts taking 1-shot probes, so it's going to be 6, 7, 8 probes going down. This is getting out of hand. The Oracle may have been denied, but the adepts, they've wreaked havoc.
Yeah, Krystianer must have felt like really like, oh, I'm in such a great place. I found your proxy and everything, and it's like, no, and it's 10 probes to a couple of adepts. No.
Yeah, I mean, it shows how cutthroat and how unforgiving PvP can be, right? Where 2 adepts, if they get into a mineral line, as you saw, they can just kill everything in the main base as well. Krystianer, he's committed, going for a massive counterattack. Looking at the army sizes, Krystianer does have the supply lead. Krystianer, does he have enough to break the third?
I think it does. He also has a warping pylon here, a slow pylon for some slow warpings, some slorpings, if you will. I like the use of the hallucinations that we've been seeing recently added into the game. And yeah, this is... Will he get overwhelmed? Maybe Gerald has enough with the shield battery. The shield battery still has some energy to it. And he does let the Nexus finish so far.
Yeah, as we have a bit of concave here. Krystianer, he breaks through that defensive line. Stalkers, the blinks are so far solid here from Gerald, but he just doesn't have enough. He just doesn't have enough army, doesn't have the size here to deal with this. The boys are being pulled, but Krystianer, he will overwhelm.
Shield battery gets... Oh, finally I see the shield overcharge, but is it enough? The 2 shield batteries are already depleted. There are not enough stalkers for Gerald to defend, and this base is going to be forfeit. Krystianer pushing forward into the natural base, going to finally kill the rest of these stalkers and start to munch on some workers.
Yeah,
maybe? Question mark?
There's only 2 stalkers left here. I mean, the base does survive, that is true, but at the end of the day, he just came to production. He just came to production, diving into the main base, sniping those pylons, depowering some of these gateways, and Gerald, he has even less to warp in.
There's just nothing Gerald can do right now. Maybe if he had a robo working somewhere, making an immortal, but no, there's just nothing that can deal with that many blink stalkers.
Yeah, exactly. So he goes for the final pylon.
Yeah,
he depowers every single gateway. There are no more warp-ins, no more production, and Gerald, he has been overwhelmed. He did an amazing job earlier getting economic damage. Again, 2 adepts, they killed so many probes, but he wasn't ready for the counterattack. He was a little bit too greedy. GG gets called, and Krystianer takes game number 1.
Very nicely done.
Slorpin?
Slorpin, yeah. So when you slow warping, slorping.
Huh? Okay.
I've been asked to do the mana stare for the fans, for the DJs in chat.
It's hard to emulate it. Like he's got quite a stare. It's very iconic.
No, I mean you focus on the thing. There's just your eyes need to focus. Everything else can just be chill. Like say, I can just get into the lobby while I'm doing this. Full eye contact. Nothing broken. See? Professional caster right here.
Lovely.
Can't lose focus. Gotta keep on keeping on.
Yo, shout out to Mana, by the way. We're still waiting for the day that Mana signs up for a Sparkling Tuna Cup. He did give us a raid yesterday, so much love to Mana, much love. But one day we'll get him in.
Yeah. See, I survived the entire on-camera section.
You made it.
There we go. Is Psycon's happy? Dejan's happy. Yeah, thank you. You're welcome, Degens. That didn't even burn my eyes, I'm that good.
I can still see. I still got it.
I can still
see.
I didn't say I could still see. I couldn't see before that, so that's not much of a problem. Anyway, welcome to Amygdala, the part of the brain that I just don't have. We're in the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland, playing for Streamer Zone. It is our red Protoss. Give it up for Gerald.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer.
I guess my eyes are too moist from the tears of being a Degen, From the smoge.
They're gonna say your eyes they can't burn anymore just because they're already they're already burned out. Like it's no.
At my level, your eyes don't even burn anymore.
Not like this. But again, a solid counterattack out of Krystianer, a solid game in that previous game. I mean, he took a lot of damage early on, don't get me wrong, but Gerald was maybe just a little bit too excited, a little bit too greedy afterwards, right? Delaying his gateway, skipping warp-ins, getting a faster third base, and in the end was punished.
Severely punished. I mean, I thought the adept warp-in was a really nice punch there, but it just wasn't enough. Krystianer built up a massive amount of Blink Stalkers, had the right reinforcement methodology there, putting a pylon right at the front so we can reinforce continuously. And he just kept on pushing, and it just wasn't enough. Even the shield batteries were not enough. Back in my days, one shield battery would have been enough.
Unironically true. But at least now you finally notice the effect, the NG overcharge effect.
Indeed.
Yeah,
it's not kind of crap. It doesn't do anything to the shield batteries.
It's not very flashy. Like when it comes to the visual effect, it's very easy to miss. It's very minimalist.
Yeah, and it's also like it got depleted so fast. It was like kind of useless. I like it for recharging the
units,
the the spellcasters.
Yeah,
like the what's their face, shield bros,
sentries,
these things, sentries. Yes. Thank you for charging sentries and their nice abilities in the beginning of the game, and maybe an oracle or something, but yeah, as is. Krystianer fumbling the block. Oh no. Adept getting to the mineral line.
Once again, the FSA2 bust in. Pro's going to be going down. 6 pro kills already, and Krystianer, he had to race back home.
Ouchie.
Okay, well, now it's time to do it all over again. It's time to. I'd say it's time to move out. It's time to set up the proxy pylon. It's time to commit.
Yeah, shield bros. Yeah, I was like, they have the shield thing, and they're like real bros. Yeah, shield bros.
Yeah.
Because they're a great support unit. They're your bros on the battlefield. They protect you, they put force fields, they make hallucinations so you don't die. You know, the shield bros.
We understood. We got you. We picked out what you were putting down.
Yeah. Speaking of putting down, we have faces thingy. Does get triggered by the hallucinations, and there's still enough for Krystianer to keep on pushing here. The shield batteries, as we said, are not enough against that many stalkers.
Yeah, I mean, it does buy a lot of time here. One stalker does go down. Going to be trading stage trap about to run now. The boys are going to be pulled. There's 3 stalkers left here for Gerald. And once again, though, it feels like Gerald just barely doesn't have enough. He does have a Void Ray on the way to defend, but the Void Ray is just now starting.
And I don't know if the Void Ray is going to be enough. I mean, it's against stalkers. They can shoot up, you know.
That was a brutal force field. He locked down the stalkers. 2 more stalkers go down. Once again, Gerald, he is crippling the economy of Krystianer across the map, but it just might not matter.
I mean, they kind of have the same amount of workers right now. As long as they can, you know, end the attacks at some point, they should be, both should be okay. It's just a matter of who can keep on pushing. The Oracle is going to run out of energy, but the Stalkers can, Krystianer can still attack.
Yeah, they cancel attack. The Void Ray has finally arrived, and with the help of the Void Ray, Krystianer, he does pull away. He does pull back to low ground. It looks like he will securely get a kill on the natural and doesn't try to break into the main. Not yet.
And it looks like Krystianer will be able to take down this natural nexus of Gerald. So Gerald did a lot more damage in terms of workers across the map, but like I said, it's ended because the Oracle ran out of energy.
Yeah, it did run out. I do feel like Krystianer can still try to keep
Actually,
on
no,
pushing here.
it was killed.
Oh, yeah, there you go. The Oracle was killed. Oh, the Void Ray! Oh my god.
Oh, the Void Ray! Yeah, it looks like Krystianer is got this.
Yeah,
I don't see how Gerald can really defend this. 1 base against 2, even with all the worker damage he did across the map. I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Blink will change the equation here, because Gerald is getting Blink and Krystianer is not. Doesn't have the resources for it.
Yeah, so Gerald, he will have more micro capabilities here with his army, that is true. But as you mentioned, as time goes on, even though Gerald did have a higher worker count, Krystianer, he's already caught up, right? He's already catching up. He can make 2 probes at a time. So the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be here for Krystianer. And Gerald, he throws down another gateway. It looks like he is planning to go for a 1 base all-in. Oh.
I hope so. No, he's maybe going for the gold?
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think he's too far behind right now.
I mean, it's better than a regular expansion, so in a way, this is a way to recover economically, but as you mentioned, he needs more than just taking a gold base. He needs some kind of counter damage, and hey, we've seen him pop off with Adepts before. He moves out with 2 more Adepts.
Okay, I mean, if the Adepts can bring the number of workers of Krystianer down again, that would be good, but Krystianer has enough at home to defend against a couple of Adepts at this point of the game. Blink or not.
Yeah, he should have enough here. It's going to be up to Gerald to try to pull Krystianer out of position and try to make try to force some mistakes, right? Try to force some mistakes, drag him out of position, get into a mineral line, Adepts they can initiate into the main, and we'll see what he can get done. As you mentioned, the pressure is on Gerald.
He has to buy time, but not just buy time. He has to buy time and not lose all of his units here. Oh, he's going to blink into the main base and shade with the Adepts into the natural. Okay, I like the move. It's a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it takes on a pylon, depowers the Twilight Counts at the same time as they do bust in. Probes are going to be going down.
But Gerald can't lose all of these Stalkers. That's really, really important.
It does recall.
Gets the recall.
Oh my God.
Doesn't lose any of the Stalkers. Yeah. Pretty good.
Yeah.
I like it.
Very nice. 7 probe kills. He delays Blink even further. He depowers one of the gateways. He does recall back home. He claims his gold base. Like, these are the moves that Gerald has to go for to recover in this game, and he is looking to even things up.
Yeah, color me impressed. I mean, I thought he should have gone into some 1 base all in, but yeah, the mustache knows better.
He does. He does. He doesn't have it anymore, so
oh, he's setting a proxy. He's setting a proxy gateway there. Oh,
yeah, setting up his proxy. Behind this charge is on the way. Krystianer, he does break into the main base, or so I should say break into the natural, as he will deny mining at the gold. Likewise, though, Gerald is also across the map. Does catch reinforcements.
Ooh. Yeah, I like the backstabbiness of this move. Gonna get right into the main base, gonna power the production of Krystianer. That's nice. Maybe even snipe. Oh, delay the blink once more. Maybe even deny it completely?
Yeah, for the second time,
Might
meanwhile,
have
there's a
enough time.
recall. It does recall back home. Remember, Gerald, he does have blink, so he can't recall himself. It's still on cooldown, but he can blink out of the main, and he can get away.
Very nicely done. Gerald really doing great moves to keep himself in the game. He's still behind, don't get me wrong, but he's not as behind as he used to be, and he actually has a good shot of backstabbing with that proxy location, waiting for Krystianer to move out on the map and then warping a whole bunch of charge lots from there.
Yeah. Again, he's doing a great job here recovering in this game. Krystianer still has that supply lead, that is true, but so far Gerald has been recovering here. Once again, looks like we do scout the proxy hallucination moved in. Krystianer, no, he did not see the gateway. He's not aware yet.
Yeah, I only saw the stalkers there. He did not see the gateway, but I'm guessing he knows that something is there. Maybe suspecting. This is a PvP after all, you know. There are proxies. Oh, he is looking for proxies on the other side of the map, though.
Yeah, he is fanning out, moving out with his own adepts. Meanwhile, Gerald once again blinks to the main base. This time, blink is done now for Krystianer.
Oh, there's the blink forward. Gonna catch some of these stalkers. Not all of them managed to get away. But Gerald has bought enough time, I think.
Yeah, Gerald, he has bought time. At the same time, Krystianer is moving out. Both players are expanding. Both players taking their third bases. Gerald, even though he's down in workers because of the gold base, he does recover. But no, never mind. Krystianer, he gets in.
He's like, you want to send adepts to my mineral lines? Also, Krystianer getting a dark shrine just for good measure.
Dark Shrine is on the way. At the same time, Gerald, he rotates over, gets eyes on the would-be third base of Krystianer, and he will attempt to delay, attempt to deny, but looks like Krystianer, he can engage.
Gerald doesn't quite want to commit to this. He can't really lose all of these stalkers. He does have the worst economy right now. He can't really replenish his units as well as Krystianer.
Yeah, exactly. The gold base does help, but as you mentioned, it's still not quite enough. As Krystianer, now he's up in expansion. Third base is getting up and running, and he still maintains a greater worker count, a greater economy.
And he looks like he's starting to get ready to push. He's getting more immortals. The second one is about to pop out. One DT is waddling across the map.
Yeah, the Dark Templar, they have arrived. They're going to be fanning out as we speak. Geralt, he moves in, but as you mentioned, now that there's an immortal, now there are shield batteries, Geralt, he cannot find damage, not at the third base. Oh.
Now, Gerald does have a third base being set up of his own, but he's behind on work. I mean, both of them technically are behind on workers for this stage of the game. But and the mineral line, the gold mineral line, has been helpful for Gerald for catching up. But there comes a point where that just isn't enough.
Yeah, DTs have arrived. Currently, zero detection. The observer is on the way. We do force field the ramp, trying to buy some time. Adepts across the map are getting some damage done, but Krystianer, he defends back at home. It looks like Gerald, he has bought enough time for the observer.
Yes, and there goes the DT. Gerald protecting it himself pretty well, but again, is behind on workers. Even with the gold base, there's just... it may not be enough. Not in the long run. Oh, and Krystianer finds the proxy location.
Yeah, does find the proxy, does shut it down. You know, he notices the adepts that they just keep coming, so now he does find the proxy, does clean it up. And Geralt, once again, there's still a lot of pressure on him. Now, he's done an amazing job of bringing us to this point of the game. It's been amazing, it's been incredible, but still needs to get more done.
Krystianer getting a fourth base. That's Gerald getting more and more behind and not quite doing damage for the past like 3 minutes. He hasn't really been able to do any damage, and he's been taking some damage at home. So Krystianer will be ready to push pretty soon. Gerald getting a drug shrine of his own. DT versus DT.
Yeah, DT's going to be on the way for Geralt, but as you mentioned, Krystianer, he does push, and he has, what, 2 immortals with his army. He's got sentries, force fields, guardian shield as well. Krystianer, he has a massive army, and Geralt, he cannot fight this head on.
He has to cancel on that Nexus. Geralt going for the surround here, but doesn't have a lot of units. Krystianer army is just so much bigger and beefier.
Yeah, it really is. The first immortal's going to be
Does
targeted.
blink on this?
Yeah, nice pick up there on the
Blinks on the
immortal.
immortals, nice catch. But that's not enough. There's not enough stalkers here.
Yeah, there's one immortal left. We have reinforcements coming in from behind. As you mentioned, Gerald, he's running out of stalkers. He's just bleeding out units after unit here, units that he cannot afford to lose. He does buy some time for extra warp ins, but Krystianer's main army is still looking terrifying.
I think this is the end for Gerald here. There we go. Jeez, Gold and Krystianer will be taking the series 2-0.
GG.
The mustache, man. He's gotta grow that mustache back, man.
I mean, both games we had
Secret sauce.
we had some similar tales here where Gerald, he would get ahead, he would deal economic damage, and he would poke the bear, right? He would poke Krystianer, and Krystianer, he would be forced to retaliate, and he'd retaliate quite hard, both in game 1 and in game 2. He would do crippling damage and just take a lead from there. Even this game, we had like a pseudo base trade with that one Oracle of Gerald getting like, what, 12 plus worker kills. At the same time, Gerald, he lost his natural expansion, so unfortunately, he was, both games, never quite prepared for that counterattack, for that push from Krystianer.
And he did his best. I mean, he counterattacked as much as he could, and he survived longer than either of us expected. I mean, he was in a pretty much dead situation after the first attack, and yeah, kudos to him for managing to keep this game going as much as he did, and having as much of a chance as he managed to squeeze out of it. Mm-hmm. But in the end, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was impressive, but alas, he was, still playing from behind, right? He still just took some critical damage early on, damage that he had yet to fully recover from, and, imagine a world where if he hadn't taken that damage early on, and the kind of position he would have been in, but regardless, GG, well played. With that leads us into our semifinals. Exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is progressing as we are getting into the both actually semifinals here. The upper semis is ready. Cure took down at Percival 2-0.
Yes, and they will go up against Krystianer, which we are about to cast. On the other side of the bracket, in the other semifinal, ByuN waiting on a Trigger versus YoungYakov.
Yeah.
Let's see who's good. No, it's going to be Trigger.
Yeah,
yep, just as I was looking.
Yeah, we just got an update. Here. Trigger does take down YoungYakov 2-0. With that, it is purely Protoss and Terran in the semifinals. 2 PVTs, no mirror matchups. We have Cure versus Krystianer and ByuN versus Trigger.
Yay, no PvP. Yay, no TVT. Yay, no ZVZ.
And no mirror matchups here, not at least until potentially the grand finals. We'll see. But for now, the upper semifinals is going to be prioritized. They were ready a little bit sooner. So up next is going to be Cure and Krystianer.
Hey, I think it's the first time I cast Cure.
Ah, yeah.
I get to cast, yeah.
Yeah, Cure. For a very long time, Cure, he had the best TVP in the world. It was unparalleled, and it was his matchup for many, many years. That was, though, just before the rise of Clem. Nowadays, Clem, he holds that title as the best TVP in the world. So
take that. Play Protoss versus Terra now?
Yeah, he does.
So, complete legend. Complete.
Yeah, he knows how to win games, Pat. He knows.
Then to think of, I think I casted Krystianer back when in Proxy Tempest. I think that's how long I've been casting. Him. Where for a long time I misspelled his name. I thought it was Krystianer for some reason. Because I'm not good at reading, apparently. Until Azil kind of corrected me one day. He's like, why is it saying Krystianer? It's like, there's another I. It's like, then I looked and I was like, no, there isn't. It's been Krystianer all along. And I was like, oh, god damn it.
It's fine. It's okay. But yeah, we have our initial semifinals. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 3, of course, and both semifinals are going to be casted.
Yes, indeed. So let's have our tea, our lukewarm tea.
Earl Grey
Maintaining
one.
eye contact.
But yeah, exciting. Like again, we do cast Cure quite often on the channel, but not quite in Sparkling Tuna Cup, not quite in our tournament. So exciting to see that he found his way to the pond, to the tuna.
Waddling away. Waddling here with everyone.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, I forgot we had the water duck emote. The based on Maru's giant water bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We got the hydrate emote. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Gotta hydrate your hydras. Hydrate your ducklings.
As we now have our vetoes done. Vetoes are done. We have our first map. We are loading into game number 1. Once again, it's time to lay down some lines.
Este hormono. All right, everyone. Welcome to ley lines, where we lay all of the lines. So they're laid. That's what the contractor was contracted to do, and they laid the lines. It was a very cheap job because, you know, there's barely any safety, safety precautions, and it's a tripping hazard, and it's an exposed wires, so it's just not good. I don't know who approved this map. In the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of South Korea, it is our Blue Terran playing for Team Liquid. Give it up for Cure.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer.
Okay, I may, by risking dating myself, do you know the band The Cure?
I have heard of it. I could not tell you any of their songs.
It's like an 80s kind of band. Yeah. So when introduced Cure, I thought of humming some song by The Cure, and then even I couldn't remember any. And then I realized, yeah, if I can't even remember, nobody in the chat will definitely remember. And they have a couple of famous songs, but they were famous 30 years ago, so...
They were famous before Yakov was born, which is not that long ago, but still.
It's not that impressive, to be fair.
It's true. As
Night about non-Korean, non-Latin music, yes. That's what I was asking. I was like, do you even know this thing from the 80s?
I've heard of the name The Cure. I've heard through other like pop culture memes. But yeah, that's it. For now, though, we're settling into our game. So far, we do have a more aggressive start at a Cure. Double gas open into a faster factory. Meanwhile, Krystianer, he does open up with a Twilight Council. Looks like a standard setup here by Krystianer. We'll keep an eye on that probe to see if it's just for scouting or if he does some shenanigans with his probe out on the map.
Oh, you don't know Depeche Mode? Well, that makes sense. If he doesn't know The Cure, he wouldn't know Depeche Mode either. It's kind of like the same genre, same era.
I've heard of The Cure. I've never heard of Depeche Mode.
You probably have heard what you'll recognize at least one or two of their songs. Like, you probably heard them somewhere. Okay. But I'm not surprised you don't know like the band. It's like a very edgy goth type band.
Do they speak Korean?
No, they're British, I think.
Okay.
I believe. I think they're British. Look, this is old music for me. Okay. This is not even my stuff.
Fair enough.
I was born in the 80s, but I grew up in the 90s. 90s was the music I grew up with. Like Depeche Mode and The Cure. That's the stuff that I knew by osmosis from the 80s, because that's what, you know, my older brothers and their generation were listening to.
Fair. But we do have our openers once again, and we do have Cure going for actually a little bit more of a committed mine drop. Okay, so 3 wood mines being sent across the map. Meanwhile, Krystianer, he does open up with his initial very greedy build, by the way. He goes for a 2-gate blink. He rushed into his third base before the gateway is even done. So this is an insanely greedy build here out of Krystianer. It does mean that his stalker count is a little bit lower. We'll see if he can keep up with the drop play.
Krystianer does catch the incoming medivac with the probe there, scouting probe. So does have stalkers in position. We're gonna lose a few workers nevertheless. The micro may not be perfect here. And loses a couple of stalkers as well.
Yeah, that was brutal. That was 6 probes going down with 1 mine connection. Ay. So a brutal connection here into that main base. Despite being able to zone away, that is some very nice damage. And Cure, he's not done. He still has 1 widow mine left in the medevac.
Kinda disappointing, you know. Krystianer saw that coming. He had the stalkers in position and still gets hit with that widow mine shot. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, it did underestimate the threat, the power of the widow mine, and did get punished for it. Behind this, we have extra axes on the way. Cure is going to be building up back at home, getting ready for his eventual tank move out. Not moving out yet, but is building up towards it.
There's a bit of a push coming out of Cure. Does he have any medivacs left here? No, there's just the one at the back of the main base of Krystianer.
Yeah.
Even does some damage here as well, getting some distraction, but yeah, Cure is pushing with no backup for these units.
Well, this is hyper aggressive. And Cure, he's pushing without stim. Like, stim just began. So 0 upgrades. It's purely vanilla Marines. The power of this push is the tanks themselves. So very committed, very aggressive, very risky, but he does get on top of the Nexus, and the Nexus is under fire.
Yeah. Tanks get to siege up in a good position. The Marines are here for extra protection, but the blink forward comes in. Does snipe one of the tanks, 2 of the tanks, and the Immortal tacking up some damage from the Marines. And this attack gets thwarted.
Very nice engage here from Krystianer. He did target down the tank further back, further behind.
Widow mine in the main base! Widow mine in the main base!
Yeah, Widow mine does pop off. This time Krystianer, he does react in time, and so far he is all over this. Does beat out a couple of workers, but Cure just lost his entire army, and now it's time to counterattack.
Yeah, that's not the best place to be, but Terran production is robust. Steam isn't finished, combat shield isn't finished, +1 weapons isn't finished, but the armor orders in this army, I don't know if this is enough though.
I mean, the boys are being
Walkers
pulled.
are being pulled.
Yeah, a couple of SCs do go down. They're armor orders, but that's what the Immortal's going to be for.
Cure just needs to buy a little bit more time, but I don't know if he can. The Immortal does go down. That's kind of ends this push. This is great for Cure.
Yeah, Cure.
And he does some damage on the other side of the map while this is going on. The Widow Mine drop and the Raven are still doing damage there.
Yeah, very, very intense moment here. Cure, as you mentioned, did barely survive. It cost him a lot. Again, he lost a lot of tanks, lost a lot of marauders as well. Cure, he has lost a little momentum here in this game, but he does survive. And upon surviving, 3rd CC gets thrown down.
And it's not just surviving, because he had all of these bio upgrades finished. And look at his supply right now. Terran production is not to be underestimated, especially the bio production. If he manages to buy 1 minute of game time, he can rebuild an entire army.
Got out. No, Krystianer, calm down.
Oh, no, Stalkers, please. This is your fault. You're being punished.
No,
You
like
let that
this.
Widow Mine kill so many workers.
Takes down one of his own Stalkers. Meanwhile, does go for a backstab and is going to get some SCVs, but last the army does race back home. And oh, the recall does miss 2 of those Stalkers.
It does keep Cure on this side of the map a little bit longer, though. This is good buying time for Krystianer to get some more Immortals out, to get some upgrades out, a few more shield batteries. This was a good move.
Yeah, but not quite worth losing all those Stalkers, and now Cure is getting ready for his counterattack. That Krystianer, he needs to buy more time for extra Zealot Warbins. Like, Zealots here are what he needs to try to buy, to try to buffer for his army. Cure's moving out there.
+1 weapons, not quite finished for Krystianer. Cure is pushing in. Shield batteries are helping Krystianer here, and the charge rods are coming in. They don't quite have the damage though, and they do go down to some of those Widow mines, but Cure just doesn't have enough to keep on pushing. No tanks, no nothing.
Yeah, Widow mines are going to be cleaned up. The Zealots did do a great job here just buffering and just tanking those shots, and with that Krystianer, he will hold.
Very much hold, and now he might actually be in a position to counterattack. Cure's army is still pretty strong, but as long as Krystianer can keep Cure on his side of the map, you know, he can get that 4th base that he's getting right now, get some Colossi, you know, and is golden for the game.
Yeah, Krystianer, he does pull back, as you mentioned, getting his 4th base. Just now working on his splash damage. Now, his splash damage is still a ways off to really get robust, but he's on the road here for his Colossus, eventual Storm, eventual Disruptors. He is getting there. Right now, the pressure's on the pressure's on Cure to be more active, more aggressive, to get something done with this army.
Krystianer has units all over the map, trying to see where Cure is coming in from next, and he is prepared. Up there in the ramp, we got force fields catching up some of this army. Gonna have to be hot medevaced, hot lifted.
Yeah,
there is a counterattack on the other side of the map.
Yeah, hopping up there as he does get away. At the same time, Zealot run by, gets a couple of SCVs, but Cure, he was in position to defend. He does defend back at home. He likewise gets some trades here across the map. He at least does confirm that Colossus are building up.
Thermal Lance isn't even finished. Once that goes up and there's a couple of Colossi, this Bio army is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, tough deal with
I've said this before, but once you have a bunch of Colossi with Thermal Lance and plus upgrades, you basically have unlimited Storm in your army that you don't have to, you know, micromanage.
Yeah, thankfully, Cure, he did scout this, so behind this, we have Viking production underway. That's going to be his answer to the Colossi. Likewise, getting to a very Marauder-heavy composition as well, making 3 Marauders at a time, and we'll see how Cure can pull apart his opponent here. He does split up his army. He has two forces, one towards the north, one towards the south.
That could be a thing he needs. I mean, he can get one base if Krystianer doesn't split his attentions properly. And going into the not to the 3rd base here, while the 5th base might actually go down. He's actually more busy defending at home right now. Okay, does get a cancel on the 5th base of Krystianer. Maybe going to go into the 4th. There's a Colossus here that might get sniped. There's not a lot to defend it.
Exactly. It was tempting to go for it, but Cure, he does back off. He securely does deny the 5th expansion, so nice pick off here on that Nexus. Back at home, he does defend. The Zealot run by is dealt with, and Krystianer, he consolidates his forces. He does rally everything towards the south side.
But Cure also gets to consolidate his forces, and he has more.
Yeah, Cure, he
and
is
better
going to be...
upgrades to boot.
Yeah, he's going to be maxing out at the same time. Oh, part of the forces do get caught out.
Oh, but the 3 Colossi, with the thermal lances and everything, it's just too powerful against the bio units.
Yeah, just really nice setup
Cure
there.
just now starting to get Vikings.
Yeah, he did snipe 2 Vikings already, going to be pushing on forward. Likewise, he was able to force with the army towards the south side. So let's respect this concave, though, as we cover the first Colossus is going to be going down.
Oh, but they're all lining up for the Colossi. It's not the best position.
Yeah, exactly. Zealots ahead do come in to reinforce once again to buffer. Another Colossus does fall down to 1 Colossus.
The Vikings are taking down the Colossi, but all of the bio army is disappeared. It is going to be enough. The Vikings land. A Zealot run by from the side. This is rough for Cure, but if he can buy enough time and get some more bio out, he should be okay. However, Krystianer is rebuilding his 5th base. And Cure is still stuck on 3 bases here.
Now, unfortunately, Krystianer, he didn't have a War Prism, so his reinforcements take a long time to come in from across the map. So with that, Cure, he's being given enough time to survive, to stabilize here on his 3 bases. But as you mentioned, Krystianer, he has so much more behind this. The 5th base is getting up and running.
Krystianer is setting up another Zealot run-by into the natural base of Cure. I don't know, does it even have any minerals? It barely doesn't even have any minerals anymore. Cure is starving for expansions. He has to expand now.
Yeah, I mean, he had a 4th base, but if you recall, the 4th base was sniped earlier when we did see the Protoss army come in, so that was killed. He has yet to rebuild it, and likewise, Krystianer now getting to a 2nd robo into double disruptor production.
And taking a 6th base for good measure. Why not? Q might be able to snipe that, but it's not going to be enough to kill Krystianer.
Exactly. I mean, Cure, he does keep up when it comes to the size of the army here, but what's important, as you mentioned, is the economy, is being able to sustain that army.
Yeah, Q gets that, but this is far from enough. And Krystianer might be in a position to actually deny Q getting a 4th base.
Yeah, so far the army's
They're still fighting on 2 sides of the map.
Yeah, Krystianer, he does shut down the northern force. At the same time, Cure moving in towards the south side. He has a lot of Vikings, but now there are no Colossus, it's Disruptors instead.
The Vikings, they're not really useful anymore. They need to be on the ground. There's nothing for them to shoot up in the air.
Yeah, Krystianer, he breaks through that initial defensive line, now getting to the mineral line. This mineral line is so important here to Cure, and SCVs are going down.
And Krystianer is pushing from the south as well, trying to get a pincer maneuver on this army. The disruptor, one good disruptor shot can kill most of these bio units. It's very dangerous for Pure right now.
Yeah, Disruptors are moving in, Nova goes off. We get a decent connection, but there are 2 more Novas left over.
Another Zealot charge by from the flank. And Krystianer is starting to slowly dismantle Cure's position here. And this is the only really mining base that Cure has right now.
Yeah, exactly. Cure is just being pulled apart left and right here by Krystianer. Cure, he does somewhat maintain that center expansion. He mules his heart out as best he can. Looks like with his reinforcements, he will save the expansion, but at the same time, Novas, they do go off and brutal connections here on Cure's army.
Well, Cure is turning up the tide, sniping all of these disruptors. Sorry. I had a visceral reaction to this right now. I was so close. I was so close, jumping on top of that disruptor like ByuN. That was a heart attack inducing situation.
Yeah.
But Cure manages to snipe the disruptors. That's pretty good. That keeps him in the game.
Yeah, he does snipe some of the Disruptors. Meanwhile, more Disruptors do come in to reinforce. Krystianer pushing in once again. The army here is getting very overstint for Cure.
Krystianer still keeps pushing. Is he bringing more reinforcements? It's mostly just charge lots and disruptors at the moment. That's not gonna be enough, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he's so close to breaking his opponent. He knows that he's ahead, right? Like, Krystianer, he's in a better position, and clearly he wants to end the game. He wants to end the game. He doesn't want to go into, like, Sky Toss or Tech Up into, like, another expansion, into more gases. Nova's going to be going off, and he does graze the army.
Yeah, but that's not enough. The Cure can keep this attack thwarted. Also, I like that Cure made a Ghost Academy, something like 7 minutes ago, and hasn't made anything from it yet because he's been on the ropes since then.
Yeah, he really has been, and he is kiting so well. But we mentioned this earlier here, the medevacs, they're out of energy. The army is getting low. Another Nova goes off, and this army just doesn't have much longevity. Not anymore.
All these so many medevacs. That's 11 medevacs. He has more medevacs than Marines right now.
Yeah,
no.
And they have no energy. They just can't do anything, and the Zealot army will overwhelm. We have the Sea of Zealots. The Swarm Toss is coming in, catching out those Marauders, and Krystianer, he says, welcome to Sparkling Tuna, Papi. It's his first time here, and he runs into Krystianer himself. Let's go, Papi, let's go.
Oh boy, yeah, getting into this mineral line, this is like the last mining base for Cure. Everything else is pretty much mined out or getting attacked anyway. So we're going to see Cure's income drop to practically nothing in a second.
Yeah, the base goes down. As you mentioned, that was the natural. That was the natural that did float over. Now, we did actually float over the main base as the northern expansion. So Cure, he does have a full base up and running.
Oh, he does
on a one-base economy.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be. Krystianer just keeps on pummeling these bases over and over again. And Cure keeps in the game, but he has to do it by constantly remaking his army over and over and over again. 83 Marauders died this game, 144 Marines.
That's a lot of Marauders, a lot of Marines here, and the Colossus now they reign supreme. This time, no Vikings. GG gets called, and Krystianer, he will take game number 1. Will take a lead in the series.
Woo! That was an intense game. 19 minutes. Wow. I don't know why that felt like 7 minutes. Because it just wasn't stopping for a second. Wow.
Yeah, once the ball started rolling, it just did not stop. Again, Krystianer, he did find himself with a lead. Basically, the moment that Cure lost his first push, if you remember when he moved out before Stim, before any upgrades with his first 2 tanks, he was very committed to the third base, and he needed to kill the third. I assumed that he would, but if you remember, he didn't. He did lose the entire army. That was the moment that Krystianer took a lead and never quite let it go. It was still very close, though. Still very intense.
Ooh. That was rough, but you know, all the respect for Cure from just managing the crisis management on Cure is just amazing. Like most other Terrans would have just died there, would just never even stayed in the game, let alone managed to drag it on for 19 minutes. But yeah, Cure is good. He's a good Terran.
Yeah, and we'll see if he can recover as we are loading into game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Persephone. Also, a big shout out to Lick in the chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Hope you had a great stream. I hope you had a great time competing in today's tournament. Thank you. Welcome, welcome.
It takes a lot of skill to print zealots like that. Yes. Talking about the printer. Talking about Stardock, the adept printer.
True.
Do you remember that stupid meme? Alright, everyone. Speaking of old ancient memes, we are on Persephone, which brings spring and death, because those two always go together for some reason. In the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of South Korea, representing Team Liquid, our blue Terran, is in fact the Cure.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer.
Okay, so now that Cure knows what he's up against, is he going to be a little more prepared?
I would imagine he's going to be less aggressive this time. Like, again, we did mention how he was being a little bit cheap. I mean, there's a lot that came into the first push. If you remember, Krystianer was hyper greedy. Krystianer, he did go for a third Nexus before second Gateway. Like, it was insane greed at Krystianer. So Cure, he was baited into his attack, which was unsuccessful, right? We're talking about the first tank push. So most likely this time Cure is going to calm down a little bit. He was successful with the Mind Drop, of course, but most likely will be heading towards some later aggression, I would imagine.
It's just the Mind Drop, it was also a Raven, so Cure just put a lot of efforts into the harassment more than the actual push, and then committed to the push, and the push got denied.
Yeah. And again, the harassment was good. Like, the harassment was solid, but as you kind of mentioned, like, it did also mean that the move at itself was a little bit weaker. So we'll see how Cure will adjust. Once again, double gas open out of Cure, going for a faster factory, but this can lead into Mind Drop, into Cloak Banshee, this can lead into Cyclone, Reactor Reaper Hellion. So Cure does have options coming into a fresh map for today, for the first time. Not ley lines.
And
crazy.
If you look at if you will look at the southeast corner of Persephone, there is a cheeky probe hiding there.
Yeah, there's a probe out on the map. It's going to be another Twilight Council opener out of Krystianer. This should be for Blink, but if we get... Oh, never mind. I was going to say if we get a pylon, then we could try to go for something crazy like a Proxy Dark Shrine. But Krystianer, he's just going in
he's
for a
just going to scout.
Yeah.
It's so disappointing. I was trying to hype up this thing, and like, no, it's just the probe scouting.
And he does get a full scout of the main base. It's going to be the 1-1-1. No add-on swap on the factory, so there's no reactor on said factory, instead of going straight for an earlier Cyclone.
Krystianer going for a quick blink. Gonna have much better ways to deal with harassments this time. Even against the Cyclones, especially against Cyclones. It's so annoying. You can just blink on top of them and get them before they manage to kite away from you. It's very important.
Yeah, as we are mixing things up on both sides. So here, there's no Widowmines, so no Widowmine drop this time from Cure, instead going for what looks to be a Marine, potentially even Cyclone move out early on. Meanwhile, Krystianer goes for extra gateways. Last game, he got his third base by the time his second gateway was halfway done. Here, 4 gates blink out of Krystianer. Hyper aggression out of the Protoss.
It's going to be a tank drop, Cyclone drop? No, Cyclone Marines drop. I mean, it's good on this map, you know, you have that little ledge there that you can drop into. It's away from the main path, but there is a scouting adept here for Krystianer, so sees this coming. Blink not quite finished, so gonna be a little bit difficult to snipe these units.
Yeah, the medevac is gonna be
targeted down. The medevac does go down.
Yes, that will lock down. The army, one Stalker does fall, a little bit of miscontrol there from Krystianer. He does blink away just barely in time, saving a Stalker. Saves the other Stalker as well. Very clutch control here. But does he have enough? Because Cyclones are going for the middle line, going for the probes.
Gonna lose 7 probes, but that's not the end of the world. I mean, he does kill a Medivac, a Cyclone, 4 Marines, and a Reaper for that. That's pretty good.
It does trade, and now it's time to counterattack. Krystianer, he does get his third base, but remember, behind this, he's on 4 gateways. But we are missing something here. There is no War Prism. There should be one by now. Without a War Prism, Krystianer, he cannot reinforce across the map, which means Krystianer, he can contain, but most likely he will not move in.
I don't think he wants to move in. It looks like he's just sending a handful of Stalkers there to make a show of force, to keep Cure on this side of the map, and he's got the bunker, he's got the Cure is preparing for a counterattack that's not coming, and he's losing time doing that, but because Krystianer gets to set up this third base and work her up.
Yeah, so Cure, he should be stuck at home until Stim finishes, and Stim is about to begin, so he's going to be stuck at home for the near future. Meanwhile, he does move out with his auto turret, will harass the middle line. Krystianer, he has some units to prepare to defend, to react, and he will shut down the turret.
Yeah, doesn't get even 1 kill, I think. Or is it? No, try to click the... No, Dervin does get 1 kill. 1 probe.
Okay, 1 probe goes down. Behind this, we do have a gateway explosion, and Krystianer, he's going to be going into earlier charge. He's going to be delaying his splash damage, so faster charge ults, later Colossus instead, and we're getting ready for a longer game.
These Stalkers, I mean... For Q, it must look like, oh, there's a Protoss army at my doorstep. But we know it's just 4 Stalkers, just so vulnerable, just standing there, and just steam towards them and they're dead. So precarious.
But again, like Cure, he can't really do much about this. Like, he can't move out. As we mentioned, he's still waiting for Stim. Like, he's waiting for his upgrades. Once Stim finishes, then he can start to break out and start to expand.
Krystianer is really making use of this time really, really well. The third base is up and running, he's probing up, he's getting his tech, that robotics bay is up, going for the Colossi of the future. He's getting his upgrades, his charge, his +1 weapons, his immortal count is going up as well. He's going to be in a great position to defend any push out that Cure will bring.
Yeah, the first Colossus should be up at the time Cure gets across the map if he does commit. I believe it should be lined up in such a way, but we'll see as Krystianer is trying to keep tabs on the main army. Right now, the goal for Krystianer is to scout the move out. If Cure pushes, he needs to know what's coming.
Krystianer is setting up a Zealot run-by in the southeast. Will probably trigger once he draws the army of Cure on the other side of the map. Like I said, these Stalkers are gonna die.
Yeah, that was a big slip up there from Krystianer. That should not have happened. All 4 Stalkers go down. He did miss the blink as he wasn't quite paying attention. And with that, now Krystianer, he has limited vision. Now, thankfully, he does have the Observer. He does see the move out.
And the charge rods are going into the natural base of Cure and brings the entire army back. This buys Krystianer so much more time.
And again, he needs that time here as he rebuilds those Stalkers. Yeah, it's going to be 9 or almost 10 SCV kills. The Cure, he turns back around once again. He's going top right. He's going for that fresh 4th base of Krystianer.
He'll probably get a cancel on that, but that's not the end of the world for Krystianer. So long as he gets his tech units up and running. He's got 1 Colossus, And the second one on the way. Oh, there's no castle. It was finished. Ooh, the Chargers are coming in. A Colossus from the side is not going to be enough. These Marauders do so much damage to buildings.
Yeah, they really do. Krystianer has to cut all the way back. The Marauder's going to get put out the Colossus as well. He will pounce in. He will take out everything. Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that was a good move. Oh, Q lost a lot of his army. He did not get the Nexus. He didn't get the Immortals. He got one of the Colossi, but was that worth his entire army there?
I would have said yes if he had gotten the base. I assumed he did. I mean, it was one shot away, like a one shot away from going down. It wouldn't have taken much at all there. So, as you mentioned, the base does survive. That's a big win for Krystianer, but he's now down to one Colossus. At the same time, though, he's making two Colossus at a time.
Yeah, and he's getting Thermal Lance as well. So, that was not worth it. I mean, if Q didn't jump on top of that Colossus, if you could just kite it a little bit away and at the same time throw in one more volley on that Nexus, he would have gotten the Nexus and kept his army. And maybe even got one of the Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been fine if he was just gotten the base. Like same trade, just gotten the base, it would have been fine. But alas, he didn't quite get it. With this, we do have a more even supply here instead. We're trying to keep up here with the movement. Likewise, Krystianer, he's now getting a little bit more out of hand. 3 Colossus now, and soon he can start working on those disruptors.
Ay. 3 Colossi with Thermal Lance are so scary, and plus 2 weapons. It's like storm. It's like endless storm. Every second or so, there's a storm on your army.
He's going to be moving forward here. Likewise, does get scattered here by the mine. Cure getting in position. This time he still has no Vikings. Viking production just began, and Krystianer, he can now lay siege upon the base upon the third.
She might even get some workers with those Thermal Lances with the range. It does manage to get some Zealots into the natural base again.
Yeah, he gets a couple of SCVs.
While all this is going on.
Yeah, as Krystianer tried to push in, he got shelled away at by these 3 tanks, and he cannot push in. He has to back off, took a lot of hits, took a lot of damage, has to respect it, has to pull away, and the game will continue. Disruptor production has now begun for Krystianer.
Yeah, and he respects those tanks by getting a 5th base. That's how you respect these.
Yeah, ByuN is out of position.
Snipe one of the tanks. I mean, he can't really stay. That's not a big Protoss army, but it is relying on these Chargelot run-bys to just keep Cure from getting any momentum.
Yeah, denies
at least economically.
Denies the 4th expansion. Krystianer, he does rotate over. This time the Sensor Tower does spot the rotation, so Cure, he is keeping up with this. But the tanks are trying to keep up as well. They're a little bit further back, which means his 4th base is under fire.
Unlike the previous game, Cure does have Vikings now, and they are in position to jump on top of this Colossi. This base will probably be saved. Repair for the win! Walkers Union unite!
They'll say the expansions out at the same time they hit the mineral line. They don't get too much done, but they will distract Cure. They do pull away in time, just preserve those zealots.
Krystianer trying to push again up this ramp, but there's so many. How many Marauders do we have? We have 28 Marauders and 25 Marines. 1 Ghost. Only 1. You only need 1.
Yeah, we have
very conservative.
2 more Ghosts on the way, trying to build up. Oh my god, trying to build up that Ghost count. Likewise, the Colossus are going to be forced back, and the first Colossus is finally going to go down. Gets 1, gets 2.
Second Colossus goes down. But the Disruptors are in! The butt clenching.
Nova's a crazy army. We get some okay connections. 2 Marauders going to be going down. Nothing major here, but damage nonetheless, as Krystianer finally does pull away, but he does reinforce with more Disruptors.
There is a Raven here, so we can detect the Observer of Krystianer, which is a good catch there. Does lose some more units to the Novas, but now Krystianer is out of Novas, and Cure is just surrounding him.
Zealots, they do charge in. Marauders, they get surrounded. Krystianer, he will take the fight. The Nova earlier did catch 2 of the Ghosts as well, so a lot of Ghosts are going to be going down.
We probably had some EMPs here, but I never see the EMP effect. I don't know why. It's so invisible to me.
It landed. EMPs did land, but the Nova's a pop-off. That was like, what, 5-6 ghosts going down? Yeah, 6 ghosts do fall in that fight. Those are brutal, expensive losses for Cure, but he does get his 4th base.
Now, Cure did kill a lot of the high-value units for Krystianer, but he didn't do any economical damage in this attack. Nothing.
No economic damage yet. Krystianer is trying to rebuild, trying to step back up. Cure, he does claim his 4th expansion, and Cure, he is sustaining himself here on these 4 bases, just trying to keep up with these rotations. As you mentioned, though, Krystianer, he has so much freedom, even going for the goal.
That is wrong. Krystianer coming into the 3rd base of Cure. Oh, he almost immediately goes down, even with all the defenses. Yeah, Disruptors trying to snipe the tank, not quite making it, but the Blink Stalkers managed to finish the job. This is looking so bad for Cure right now. The economy is going to go to dive really bad against Krystianer's 6 bases.
Yeah, really solid dive there from Krystianer, catching out the CC, sniping it as you did mention. Will take some EMPs to the face, so he has to be careful about engaging. But Krystianer, he reinforced with more zealous, and he wants to push in. He wants to send it up. Oh my god.
Decent Novas here. The Terran army is still standing and it's in pretty good health. The Medivacs are running very low on energy though. A couple more of these engagements and they'll pretty much be dead weight in this army.
Exactly, as Novas just keep gaining more and more value, and again, Krystianer, he can be a little bit wasteful as well. As you mentioned, he has a better economy, so he can go for some more inefficient fights because these are trades that he can afford and trades that Cure cannot.
Once again, the Terran is just forced to constantly rebuild and remake the army over and over and over again. Whereas Krystianer does lose a lot of these high-value units in every fight. Oh, yeah, so many Immortals, Colossi, and 10 Disruptors died this game.
Yeah, that was like already 5 Disruptors going down in that one fight. That was insane how many Disruptors did go down. Novas were okay, but again, Cure, he does trade better than his opponent, does out-trade Krystianer. Meanwhile, he will land his main. The main base does float over as the 3rd, so Cure getting desperate.
Is out trading Krystianer in terms of army, but Krystianer has such a better economy that he can just eat those losses and just remake the units and still be ahead.
Can rebuild, he can remake. Once again, Krystianer diving in, collapsing with their charge slots.
Medivacs are out of energy. This army is just so low on health already.
Oh
Disruptor shots doing a lot of damage here. And now the Colossi are coming in from the behind to mop up the rest, with the charge lots at the front and the Stalkers for backup. Even the Vikings can't get to them.
Yeah, they just
barely has any army left.
Yeah, we come in for the surround as well. Again, there just aren't enough Vikings. Gets into the mineral line, and Cure, he's on his last legs. More Colossus coming to reinforce, and the final Viking did go down. And again, Krystianer, despite Cure coming in for the first time, despite his debut being here tonight in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, he will not be walking that royal road. GG gets called, and Krystianer, he will take the 2-0, knocking Cure out of the tournament.
Woo! That was an intense series. Oh boy. It's very rare to see like a TVP go into like an economy battle, right? Usually it's like you have like one decisive battle that really makes the difference, but here it was like 2 games that were a giant battle of attrition between the 2 players.
Yeah, it was both game 1 and game 2 where Krystianer had the better economy, right? He was able to, I should emphasize, he was able to gain map control early on, right? He was able to gain map control early on, and with that map control, he was so fast to get a 4th base, get a 5th base, you know, just make sure he maintained that and make sure he took advantage of that with a superior economy. And Cure had a really hard time being active, breaking out, and doing anything across the map.
Hey, shout out to Late Chrononaut. Thank you for that Prime sub. You are welcome.
Yes, GG. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Late Chrononaut, for resubscribing for 7 months. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much for the support. As Krystianer, he's going to be our first player making it into the grand finals. And the question becomes, does he face off against a Terran or a Protoss in the finals as we head on over to the Korean server for our next semifinals, our next TVP?
PvP!
Let's go. Also, yes, Cure, he did win STC 27. So it's been a long time. It's been a long time since he's been back, and I'm concerned that we're gonna pull a probe or something, and after this experience, he'll be gone for like another year. It's gonna. Aye.
Connecting to Blizzard services is. I am connected to the server, but it says play offline or what?
Yeah, that means you have
Game?
to. I believe if you click cancel, then you can like manually log in, like the server.
Okay, it's that. I'll just restart the entire game. It's the easy way out.
Oh, good.
I have a fast computer now. I can do that.
Sure. But here we go. We are now getting into our next game. Into our next series. It's going to be that best of 3. And again, the winner of the series will face off against Krystianer in the grand finals.
Alright, let's try that switch again. I am here. There is a shovel. There we go. Starting on Ultra Love.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we do have our fresh series ready for us. Players have been patiently waiting, of course. Now we are jumping into our next series. We're jumping into our next semifinals. Let's go.
Let's go. We should probably get their pages open up, right? Because I'm a professional. Should probably not misspell their name though. There we go. Alright. Welcome everyone to Ultra Love, where ultras go to make love and make more ultras. Although that's not how ultras are made. They're made from larvae.
They can still love.
So I don't know how this works.
They can still love, I believe.
I don't think Zergs can love. Not within their. They can kill. I don't know. They can lust for blood, maybe. But I don't know if love is in their vocabulary. Anyway, in the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of South Korea, playing for Shopify Rebellion, it is our Red Terran, the one, the only ByuN army, ByuN.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are going to be settling into another TVP.
Broken Horn loved the Kerrigan? Who's Broken Horn? Queens love hatcheries. Yes, they laid their eggs in them.
Also, yeah, true. I mean, the whole StarCraft 2 storyline was a love story, right? Unironically. True.
No.
Unfortunately,
No.
true.
No.
Uh-huh.
That's because somewhere between Brood War and Wings of Liberty, the writers of Blizzard became, I don't know, brain damaged or something.
Uh-huh. But that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, but Raynor, he loves Kerrigan. He didn't swear to kill her because she murdered billions of people. At all. He forgot about it. Because he was drunk or something.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Damn it. The lore of this game should have been really, really good, but instead it got real stupid real fast.
Uh-huh.
There's still a lot I like about it, don't get me wrong. I like the lore of the game and the setting, but some of the writing is just very... I'm 14 years old and I think I know what people think, how people love each other. And it's like,
Yeah, The writing for SC2 is questionable at best. But that leads us into our fresh best of 3. That leads us into our 1-1-1 opener out of ByuN. We already just experienced our first TVP. We'll see how Trigger and ByuN differ from their predecessors here in this lower semifinals match. So far, going to be blink-based opener here by Trigger. So far, so good. Meanwhile, ByuN opening up with what looks to be his own Mind Drop. Not just Mind Drop, Mines and Marines as well.
One thing I think ByuN is going to be much more different than Kyo is going to be a lot more active in terms of dropping and harassing. That's his signature.
As he does move out across the map. Meanwhile, we do see Trigger trying to be active here back at home, opening up with his sentry, shield battery here at the natural. Stalkers are warping in, and we'll see if he can keep up.
Trigger does have scouting units there trying to catch this incoming medivac, but is he going to be prepared? Not really responding yet. There we go, there's the response. We don't mind. Oh, gonna get wasted on one of the stalkers, so not gonna get any worker kills here.
Yeah, it takes
no, that's a sentry. That was takes on the sentry.
Yeah, it takes down the sentry. Just a really nice damage here by ByuN as he doesn't lose a single unit. It does pull away with a full medevac. Likewise, we do see Trigger finishing up with his own blink. Also, for those that are tuning in, I do apologize for the in-game frame drops. After this game, we'll be turning on VPN to clear things up. For now, though, we're settling into that first game. We'll try to weather the storm. We'll try to persevere.
Yeah, it looks great on my end.
That's great.
That's not helpful, still mode.
That means nothing.
That means nothing. Your Steam quality means nothing to me. Okay, so Steam is on the way for ByuN, as is his favorite. He's setting up a bit of a push here with a tank, and the second tank is on the way, as is his tradition. Trigger trying to set up a third base, and let's see where ByuN's push is going to take him. Is he going to try and deny the third base? No, it looks like he's going to defend his own third instead.
Yeah, nice catch.
Does that?
Yeah, does pre-siege, does get a couple of shots off here on the main army. ByuN is going to be moving out. Bearing in mind this move out is without stim, it's very similar to actually what we saw previously from Cure. Meanwhile, the tower is knocked down, barely doesn't get any units, and Trigger he has to get the hell out of here, has to pull back and buy time.
Also different from Krystianer, Trigger going for a very early storm.
Yeah, so charge into Storm instead of charge into Colossus, so Trigger does take a different approach. Meanwhile, ByuN is moving in. He's so close here to getting within range of the Nexus.
Good control by Trigger there, keeping those stalkers alive, buying some time to get some more reinforcements in. There is a Warp Prism on the way. So far, ByuN's tanks are a bit far behind. They are threatening the Nexus, but he's not going to lose any workers here anytime soon.
Yeah, as we do have a couple of worker kills in the main base due to the order turrets. Not too bad. Meanwhile, the Nexus taking a lot of hits. One more volley and the Nexus does go down.
Great moves by ByuN, but there's the storm! Oh! And then blink forward on top of the tanks and the medivac. Oh, most of this is going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, not
Actually,
the clean.
all of this is going to get cleaned up.
Yeah, not the cleanest trade there from Trigger, as he does bleed out a lot of stalkers in the process, but regardless, he does shut it down, does hold on. Will lose a third base in the process, so that was a big loss there for Trigger. Now he has to counterattack, he has to move out.
ByuN is going for another drop. He still has that Raven between the natural and the main of Trigger. Trigger moving out across the map, and he's actually going back. He's being hesitant in the middle of the map, and ByuN, you know, he's uses opportunities. He's giving him a bit of a second to move, and he's moving.
Yeah, he does.
He's jump on top of that main base.
He does stim into the middle line. Pro's going to be going down. Storm is going to shut this down and force the pickup. But behind this, ByuN, he is building up, getting to his third TC. Likewise, moving out with more drop play. Trigger heading into the middle line, going for his own counter play as well.
Storm drops on the main mineral line of ByuN. Does have some units here to push this away, and he's still attacking on the other side of the map. He's got the Raven, he's got 2 medivac drops. ByuN is the kind of Terran who can actually handle all of these at the same time. It's very scary.
Yeah, so far he is pulling Trigger apart. This is all slowly adding up. Again, Trigger he still does not have a third base that is slowing him down so heavily here. He's somewhat keeping up with the drops themselves and will be able to storm. Oh, nice feed max. But the Medivacs, they do barely survive.
ByuN is actually bringing his Medivacs home right now. I think he's setting up a third base. He's floating it into position. I think he's going to try and set up a defensive position there. He doesn't want to keep throwing his units on harassment right now.
Yeah, ByuN attempting to claim his own third. Meanwhile, Trigger, he is committed at this point. He's committed, he's moving out. He has plenty of High Templar. He's got a lot of storms available, and we'll see if Trigger can break ByuN. ByuN has been doing an amazing job harassing, that is true. He's been getting a lot of economic damage, but can he survive the push?
He barely has any army here, though. Medivac gonna get sniped here. Or not. Oh, it does get sniped. There is a Warp Prism for Trigger here, so he can reinforce. ByuN's other drop is going into the third base of Trigger while this is going on. He might actually snipe it all together. The storms are doing a great job here, but these Templars are running out of energy. There aren't a lot of storms left in this.
Oh no! The EMP does connect.
Oh!
Yeah, EMP does
second
cover.
EMP depletes all of these. They're going to morph into Archons.
Yeah,
Anti-armor missile hits as well.
Yeah, it's going to be no storms left. At least we do have one more High Templar here in the Prism. Actually, two more High Templar, so some storms are available. Third base is going to be going down, but remember, this is an all-in. Like Trigger, he's completely all-in. He has to end the game with this push as he loses his third for a second time.
And ByuN is still there, so he's preventing any kind of just probe just moving in there and trying to set up a base again. And he's holding at home, so Trigger is in a lot of trouble. ByuN is losing some workers, but he's still way ahead in economy right now.
Yeah, he is ahead. He's maintaining himself on two bases. Again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for ByuN. Attempted drop play into the middle line, but alas, ByuN, he will shut this down. He will force this back.
ByuN is consolidating some of his forces. He's going to try to going for a multi-prong here, maybe? No, he's just going to bring everybody together. There are a lot of ghosts here. There are 6 ghosts. That's a lot of EMP potential, and those Archons, if they get hit by EMP, they become nothing.
And Trigger, he backs off, and unfortunately this just is not good enough. We can see Trigger, he's retaking his third base, he's re-expanding, trying to get back into this game, but the reality is the damage has been done, and he can't quite recover from here. He needs something more across the map, as ByuN is miles ahead economically.
Oh. It's a problem. Vikings are taking care of the Warp Prism, so no more Storm Micro from Trigger. And ByuN can just weather the storm if he can just keep on pushing forward. That's a lot of storms, but no more storms. It's just one Archon left here. You can just snipe that.
Yeah, ByuN takes every storm to the face, but he survives. He weathers the storm. He likes the Pappy. At the same time, the third base is going to be forced to lift. 7 ACVs do go down. That's some decent damage. With Trigger, he will lose most of his High Templar in the process. Another storm will connect. Another storm does graze the army here, but Trigger still needs more.
And ByuN still has a good count of ghosts left, so it's very dangerous for Trigger. You know, one good hit with an EMP shuts down his storms, shuts down his Archons, and he's kind of screwed.
Exactly, and we'll see if he can somehow find a better fight here. He needs the best fight possible. Check the units tab, we have 7 High Templar. 7 High Templar, that's a lot of storms, and that might still be enough if he avoids the EMPs.
And he does have another Warp Prism, so he can micro those storms, so they don't get hit by the EMPs. Oh, but they get shut down by the Vikings again immediately. Oh no. Still has a lot of storms here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, as EMPs are popping
hit
up.
The Archons.
As you hit once again, likewise storms, they zone away the main army, headed towards the middle line. A couple more SCVs going down. Another EMP connects though.
There are still a few storms left here. That's not gonna be enough. Some more EMPs hit the Templars. The Archons are very low on shields, and that's most of what they have.
Yes, ByuN, he will chase us down, kiting on 4, taking down 1, taking down another Archon as well. Trigger, he's forced all the way back. And once again, he does reinforce with more high template. He will have one more storm available here, so it just barely is enough for ByuN to break through. But behind this, he's fully saturated on 3 bases. He can start working on a 4th CC. ByuN is still looking quite solid.
And he has the much bigger army, and he does have map control at the moment. Trigger does manage to sneak around the main army of ByuN with a few charge lots, but I don't know if that's ever going to do enough damage at home.
Yes, ByuN is pushing forward. Again, there's still a lot of high template. It's like for whatever reason, Trigger, he's always got like 1, 2, 3 high template left over. He always has a storm in his pockets. But despite that, we've seen ByuN, he can just take the storms to the face anyway. Like, he doesn't care. And he lands EMPs. Oh my god.
Yeah, and he keeps on pushing forward here. This is just, this is the 4th warp prism, by the way. And that goes down as well.
Yeah, the prism
This
goes
base
down.
is not likely to live. GG is called, and ByuN will take game number 1 in another very back and forth TVP. That's surprisingly very different than the series we saw before.
Yeah, GG. Yeah, GG, well played. A very intense back and forth here between ByuN and Trigger. Again, as you mentioned, a very different dynamic. A lot of it is because Trigger did just go for a different composition, going into a very storm-heavy composition instead, and did have some mixed success with it. It was just really unfortunate, though. TVP is just very momentum-based, so for Trigger to lose his first 3rd base was a brutal blow, and it was something that he did have a really hard time recovering from, as he never really maintained a greater economy. If you remember, he did lose his 3rd base twice in that game.
Mm-hmm. Did you switch VPN thingy?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
As we're getting into game 2, game 2 is going to be on Amygdala.
What the amygdala? The part of your brain that's responsible for memory and thinking and decision making.
Oh, there you go.
You know, all the parts I don't have. Alrighty then. Welcome everyone to Amygdala, where we're all insane in the membrane. We're insane, got no brain. We're in the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of South Korea, playing for Shopify Rebellion, the legend, the one-man army that is ByuN.
And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. But yes, for those that are asking about the game dropping frames, as we did mention, it's just bad routing. It's just bad routing. Now it's silky smooth, as you can see. All you have to do is just turn on a VPN, and you're good to go.
Yeah, it goes around the sharks in the ocean, hitting up the cables.
Exactly.
From Australia between Australia and Asia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a meme, but it's also a thing.
Yeah, so as you're curious, it's very common for players to use VPNs when competing in StarCraft as well, just to minimize, latency like that. And just for whatever reason, the nodes in StarCraft can be very unstable. For whatever reason. That's fine.
It's always, the internet is weird. It's how Europe has like really weird connections. Like sometimes I have better connection to NA than to Europe for some weird reason.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, it happens. For now, though, we're going to be settling into our games. Welcome one and all to Amygdala. Amygdala being one of the larger maps in the map pool. For the first time in quite some time, we have our Terran player not opening double gas. This is a more economic build here by ByuN.
And Trigger being standards as well, nothing super crazy. Every time I get a glimpse of the background on some of these maps, it's really cool. Mm-hmm. Like, got this planet. It's a really, I want that like as a poster. Just the planet at the back. Forget the map. I don't want the map. I just want the background.
For sure. The planet in the background is really sick. how you can kind of pan around and see it in the background. But when it comes to the game itself, ByuN, he is cutting corners. He's known for this. If you've been watching ByuN for any period of time, you'll know the build that this is. 3 CC, 3 racks out of ByuN. This is the side delta build, but he also does whip this out on maps like Amygdala and some of the other maps as well. This is hyper greedy out of ByuN, and this will snowball out of control in the mid game if Trigger does not punish the insanely fast third CC.
Yeah, super greedy by ByuN, which is not usually his style, you know. He usually wants to get a very solid army early on in the game so he can be very active on the map. That's usually more his forte. But we're on Amygdala. Maybe his brain is missing something here. I don't know.
Yeah, as we mentioned,
he's responsible for decision making, so you know.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is a very common build from ByuN when it comes to these larger maps. Again, it's just really greedy, and it does snowball quite heavily in said mid-game. So far, Trigger is unaware. Trigger, he has not probe scouted. He has no vision whatsoever across the map. He is going for a standard opener himself, but again, the longer this goes on without a scout, the more concerned I'm going to be, as ByuN may get away with this.
Well, Trigger does go for a third base. Maybe he's kind of smelling, oh, well, you haven't harassed me yet, so maybe you are playing greedy.
Yeah, so it's going to be a 2-gate opening.
Or maybe he's just waiting for the hammer to drop and is like super nervous right now.
Well, Trigger, he does go for a very economic build here. It's 2 gates into a expansion, so very economic build here by Trigger. It looks like he doesn't really care what his opponent's up to. He's like, you know what, I'm just going to open up economically anyway. So as the dust settles here, ByuN is going to be in a better position. And I don't blame Trigger, but it's just not a very common build that ByuN's going for. So Trigger, he's not aware and he won't be able to punish.
I find it very dangerous not to care what ByuN is doing on the other side of the map.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, I don't care what my enemy is doing. Oh, I'm dead. It's like, oh, how did that happen? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, so this is best case scenario for ByuN. From here, he can soon get into his upgrades, get into his third base. Where ByuN where this all really kicks into high gear is after the third base gets saturated. Observer goes in, but the Observer gets spotted instantly here by ByuN.
Indeed it does. Did he spot the third base though?
No.
Did not. So doesn't know about the third base being already ready. Oh, but the adept might see it. There we go. Now he knows.
Yeah, now he knows.
Ah, so that's what you've been doing this entire time.
Yes.
Was wondering why I'm feeling too safe at home.
Yeah. So now he's aware of the greed of ByuN. At this point, though, it might just be too late. Stim is already done. Stim is done. There's a mass summon of Marines and Marauders. ByuN, he now feels safe enough to take his third base. Again, the pressure's on Trigger to delay the third even longer if at all possible.
And between Steam and +1 damage, and the Marauders here as well, these Stalkers are not going to contain ByuN, even for a second.
Yes, he does have to pull away, does have to back off. ByuN, he is forced to stim initially, and Trigger, he does rotate over towards set third base. He'll be able to get a couple of SCV kills. He gets 1, he gets 2 SCVs, he does a nice sun mining time. Not bad.
Okay, but it does manage. I need to recall here because, yeah, you can't really get much more than this. And ByuN now should have excellent map control with that extra early economy setup. Like there's an observer just following the army. Just shh, don't tell anyone. Just act like you belong.
He's doing his best Marine impression as ByuN does move out. It is going to be Colossus follow-up here out of Trigger, not Storm this time, so a little bit of a more standard follow-up here from our Protoss player, but we'll see if he can survive long enough until that first Colossus.
I don't think ByuN has enough here to break or even kill that base, but it does have enough to maybe snipe some high-quality units from Trigger, which is going to be very useful, taking care of that Immortal, maybe catching some of those shield batteries so he can attack here later on. No, he keeps on pushing forward. Great control by ByuN. You know, that's really is his style, his micro style. He might even catch this Colossus. No, he decides to back away. He's left with only Marauders. All of the Marines are dead, but he manages to really put a dent on Trigger's army count here. Didn't take some damage at home though.
Yeah, that was 8 SCVs going down, so there was some counter damage, but as you mentioned, ByuN, he traded very, very well there. If it wasn't for the Colossus, he may have just broken Trigger then and there. As Trigger, he lost how many? He lost 8 Stalkers, lost an Immortal, lost Zealots as well. It was a brutal loss, and ByuN, he's not done. He's building up and getting ready for a second wave, for a second move out.
Most importantly, ByuN kept the Marauders alive. He only lost Marines there, so, you know, these are the beefy units you want to have against the Protoss. And I might be able to get a snipe on this base right here. I was about to say if ByuN controls well, but I don't see a universe where ByuN doesn't control his army really well. Well, no, the 2 Colossi is just too much.
Yeah, with that,
There are Vikings now.
Yeah, there are Vikings trickling in. Trigger, he does hold on. He does maintain the 4th base, so nice defense here by Trigger. This time he does not lose any high-tech units, but Trigger is still on the back foot. He's still the defender for the most part, and ByuN still maintains map control. 4th TC is now on the way, and ByuN is still maintaining that army.
Yeah, he's gonna go. Yeah, I was about to say he's probably going to go for the gold right here because it's a little closer to the enemy. And it's a great boost to the economy, especially with mules.
Definitely, as he's working towards that gold. Likewise, behind this, double starport on the way, getting into his Viking production. Again, he did see the Colossus. Now he knows he doesn't have to worry about any storms, any High Templar. Taking this guy.
Yeah, and he gets the Vikings to deal with that. A good amount. He's going to have 6 Vikings. Which is a pretty cool amount to have against that. They can snipe the Colossi really quickly if they find a good angle.
This Trigger, he does a breakout.
They're also they're gonna have +1 air weapons, which is you don't see often.
Meanwhile, Trigger, he does dive in. Oh my god, dives on in, takes down 2 of the Vikings. Nice snipes here by Trigger, catching ByuN a little bit off guard.
That was a great catch because that keeps the Colossi safe from ByuN and keeps the push going by Trigger.
ByuN, likewise, he has to play across the map. Zelte dive on in. Boys are being pulled. Ghost coming from behind. Nice EMP. I don't have enough Marauders to break through this.
Oh, the Colossi gets the Thermal Lance gets into the mineral line. The Colossi do go down, but ByuN lost so many workers here. That was not the best of trades.
I mean, he gets a full surround, he kills every single unit. The Stalkers go down, the Colossus goes down. That's the army reset now for Trigger. So Trigger, he has to race back home, and now he's vulnerable to a counterattack. And ByuN, he needs a counterattack. As you mentioned, he's down to 49 SCVs. He has to push.
He has to push. He does have the bigger army right now, but much of it is medivacs that are out of energy. They're kind of dead weight right now. They can barely keep this army healthy right now. And I don't know, can ByuN even be mobile on the map right now? He has to constantly defend at home.
Yeah, and you can
Trigger
see
is
here,
the one doing the 1-2 punches right now.
Yeah, as ByuN's being distracted, Trigger, he comes in from behind, catching out more SCVs, going for the mules, going for the depots. No major pickups, but damage nonetheless here by Trigger.
Trigger out ByuNing ByuN right now.
So far, not bad here, but ByuN is building up his forces. He does have 4 bases, he does have mules as well, so he is slowly recovering economically. He's catching back up.
Did lose that gold plan though, so you know, it's not as good as he had hoped. And Trigger is still has that map control. He's still pushing on the other side of the map the whole time, and he keeps getting a little bit of value every time, even if he still loses some of these units. These expensive Protoss units.
So Trigger, he is going to be rotating. He does get spotted here by ByuN. ByuN behind this, he has 4 ghosts. He has a decent amount of EMPs. Speaking of EMPs, oh my god, blanket the entire army.
This part of the map is such a pit to go into. Like, it looks like you can go right in between the 3rd and the 4th, but you can't. You're just stuck in the low ground there. It's kind of a dangerous position to be in. Trigger does push forward. Most of his army is EMP'd though. ByuN, can he have enough here? The Vikings take care of the Colossi. There's only 1 Colossus left. A second one is coming in from the back to reinforce. And the Medivacs, they can't heal this army. ByuN is in a lot of trouble when it comes to army health.
Yeah, and ByuN, he's zoned away from his natural. He's zoned away. Zel's a peel off into the middle line. SCV's going to be going down. Depots as well. Trigger, he's slowly pushing forward here. Likewise, picking up even more SCVs. So far, very nice positioning here from Trigger.
ByuN buying some time. 3-3 is about to finish. And he's trying to get some more reinforcements here. So far, Trigger is not doing super game-ending damage just yet, but this charge by might be the one that breaks ByuN here.
Yeah, I love this patient play to Trigger again. Just really, really careful with his army movement. He does take down the middle line. 26 SCVs go down. He gets like 1 or 2 ghosts here as well. Again, ByuN, he's being pulled apart.
Even if he kills this whole Protoss army, it's just not going to be enough. He's too far behind economically. Trigger is on 5 bases right now.
Yeah, and he breaks through
and the
here.
Colossi aren't even going down.
Yeah, Colossus, they move in. The Zell save 1. We go for another warp in. GG gets called, and Trigger, he ties up the series 1-1. He breaks ByuN, and we are going to game 3.
Yeah, a sideways 1-1.
So we're going to the ace match. Again, just really, really solid positional play there from Trigger. On top of that, we saw the earlier committed push. Even though Trigger, he was having a harder time against the earlier aggression of ByuN, he was able to catch ByuN with his pants down when he was able to go behind the army, catch him out and cripple the economy. That was like, what, like 40 SCV kills. It was crazy.
It all started to go downhill once ByuN was not on the other side of the map constantly. I mean, he got away with the early game greed, but just in the mid game, he was just so not active. It's very not characteristic of ByuN.
Yeah, he was trying to be, but that's also where the map works against you, just because of the size of the map. He was in the middle of trying to counterattack himself and trying to push on the right-hand side, but he was punished. That's exactly when Trigger moved in, and now we're getting into game number 3.
Game number 3, as we are once more on ley lines, as is traditions. We're in the northeast corner of the map, representing Shopify Rebellion and the land of South Korea. The legend, the one, it is ByuN.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss, sorry, we have the Canadian Protoss player, we have the blue Protoss living in South Korea. It is Basilisk, or Trigger for Basilisk.
Yes, Deadfly in the clean room. This is my old man puppet.
Ah.
This is my old man puppet. This is the voice that he has. I'm a ventriloquist now. You didn't say it, but I'm actually moving myself with my hand. You don't want to know where the hand goes up.
That's why you were so engrossed in the hand and the wrist with Oreo. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense.
Yes, all the way up the wrist.
God. Yeah.
Both of them. Double.
God.
That's the Oreo way.
But yeah, we're getting into the ace match here. We're settling in. Once again, economic opener here by ByuN. On a map like Leylines, we don't expect to see that third CC build again. Usually it's only done on larger maps, so we should be calming down into a more standard kind of game.
Can't wait to see where this character arc goes. It goes nowhere. I'm just getting old and that's it. It ends there. It just goes on for a very long time. Okay, so both of them opening up pretty standardly. Nothing super crazy, like you said. You don't have a quick expansion by ByuN.
Yeah, there's no quick expansion, there's no faster TC, not yet at least, so ByuN is going to be settling in. Meanwhile, once again, Twilight Council opener out of Trigger, going into Blink.
I'm hoping we'll see a much more active ByuN on this map. Something that a little bit more his style. Is getting a Hellion, which you haven't seen in the TVP so far.
Yeah, ByuN, so he did skip his initial Reaper, so he skipped his Reaper, so it should only be one Hellion here just to scatter across the map. We'll see if ByuN does go for his Widowmine drop follow-up here as he's building up more Marines. Actually, no, never mind, he's making another Hellion.
Drop is a Hellion drop.
Yeah.
Or Hellblight drop, maybe.
Yeah, so he's setting up for a Hellion drop
See an
here.
armory?
A little bit more unorthodox. No, not armory, just Hellion. So just a Hellion drop here from ByuN. Not something you see too often here unless we get a proxied starport. So yeah, a bit of a more unique style.
But it is in his if you oeuvre, if you will, it is still a very active drop style, which is the ByuN way. I like that he has many options that he can choose from. It keeps your enemy off balance. You know, he's waiting for Widowmine drops or Raven drops, but instead gonna get some Hellion drops.
Yeah, again, it's on a trigger to figure out what's going on. One Adept is going to go down. Hellions, they do bypass the main army. So far, they've been unscouted. I doesn't know.
So they're not going to be dropped, but they are going to get into the natural base of Trigger. They should be able to sneak in there.
Yeah, so we have a drop towards the main, we have the Hellions will left towards the left-hand side. 3 Hellions will one-shot probes, so this is enough to wreak havoc here in the bases, and Trigger, he's across the map, he's not at home to defend.
Neither of them is at home to defend. Maybe Trigger is going to get pulled back here by the attack, yeah, but that's a distraction. The Hellions, they get into the natural mineral line, they line up. They don't quite get a lot of probes yet, but the lineup gonna get into a choke point. There is a shield battery that helps defend these probes, but it won't do that for long.
Yeah, both players are going to be losing workers here. It's going to be 8 probes in the natural base of Trigger. At the same time, he does deny mining at the natural of ByuN. ByuN does save most of his SCVs, bear that in mind, but he will lose control of the natural.
So they both took big hits to their economy right now. Trigger is going to be a little quicker to recover though, because his base is still up and running. ByuN still needs to clear this low ground before we can land this base.
Yeah, and ByuN
needs more units in order to do that.
Yeah, he has to race back home. He's racing back home, and he should have enough. The Raven is spotted, and Trigger, he will have to pull out of here if he wants to preserve this army.
Oh! The tank is out.
Oh.
Well, it's okay. Once he can set up the siege tank, he can defend this natural base. But Trigger is getting a third base out on location. He's containing
He's going for the dive.
the turret on this side of the map. So
he gets it.
Oh, snipe! Very nice move, and saves the Stalker that took damage with the Warp Prism. Great micro by Trigger here.
Yeah, really nicely done here by Trigger. The second tank has arrived. Trigger, he does bypass, dropping into the main base instead. Can potentially pick up some add-ons here. No major damage, and even goes for the Raven.
Oh, gets the Raven! Oh, great value here by Trigger, and he warps in some reinforcements. He's going to be trying to stay here. The boys are being pulled. This is going to be a lot of economical damage for ByuN.
Yeah, so he's going to be going down. Tank will siege here in the main base. Trigger, he's trying to get away. He will get another tank, but he's taking a lot of losses. Nice control here. ByuN saves the tank.
Oh. Great control by both of these players. They're both microing their hearts out, but Trigger does lose a lot of Stalkers in this attack. 10 of them, and the Warp Prism as well. I don't know if this was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, he does cripple the
economy.
economy.
They get stuck. No.
They're a little bit trapped
They
here.
get Yaku cursed.
Thankfully, they can always blink away, but yeah, didn't know that you could get stuck there in that location. Behind this Trigger, he's on 3 bases. So he's on 3 bases. He has very nice saturation. He can replenish his losses here. ByuN less so. ByuN is going to be contained a little bit longer here until his upgrades kick in.
Yeah, ByuN's economy is not the best. Right now he's managing to keep pace with the Trigger on income because of the mules, but these don't last forever, and you know, you're gonna lose energy eventually.
Yeah, right now Trigger, he is in the stronger position, but we'll see if he can keep up the drop play as the first medvac does move out, and Trigger, he doesn't fan out his units, he does not spot the drop.
Does not spot it, and Trigger again is kind of containing ByuN here. If he doesn't, But what does he have to defend at home? He does have units there, and there's there are shield batteries. I don't know if this drop is going to do much. Oh, and there's a pylon here to spot it as well.
The Medivac does avoid the pylon, does a bob, does weave, does head into the main base. Trigger, he will have a recall back home if need be. And he should also have a warp in available as, oh, he actually does spend his warp in at the 3rd.
That's not a lot of Marines though. Steam isn't even finished yet. Oh no. So this is not even nearly as powerful as it could be.
Yeah, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3
Gonna get
pro
some
kills.
workers here, but this should get cleaned out. In the same time, ByuN pushes out of his 2-base contain. If he can depower this, it's actually no. There's a backup pylon. Never mind. I thought it was an Orthosis pylon for a second. Trigger's now on the back foot, but he does have immortals. He has a sentry. He has a bunch of charge lots here.
Alright, let's go. The boys are being pulled as the 2-base all in here by ByuN. The first tank goes down, the second tank goes down, and without any tanks, it looks like Trigger, he should have enough. Trigger, he will shut this down. The boys are falling one after the other. ByuN, he still has a bio army though, but not much left.
Yeah, there are not any medivacs with energy. This army is very low on health. There's not a lot of reinforcements across the map. And Trigger can just, with the defender's advantage, push forward. GG is called, and Trigger will take the series 2-1 in this wonderful ace match.
Whew.
Very, very nicely done.
GG, well played. We were concerned about a TVT finals, but no, we have a PvP finals instead. In a twist of fate, Krystianer takes down Cure, and Trigger takes down ByuN. GG.
It is the age of the Protoss.
Yeah.
Disengage my hedge.
GG, well played. Here we go. We do have a PvP finals. We're going to be heading on over here to the American server. Trigger versus Krystianer in a best of 5.
Oh boy. How many legendary turns does it take to prevent a PvP finals?
Oh no.
2 is not enough apparently.
No. Even Clem can't do that. That's why he plays Protoss.
That's how he plays for us.
But here we
Wait.
go.
I was just looking at the Wikipedia of ByuN. I didn't know that one of his nicknames is Micro Jackson.
Yeah. Micro Jackson.
I didn't. This is the first time I heard that. I love it. Micro Jackson. That does fit. Like hee hee. It's like I'm here, I'm there, hee hee.
Beautiful. But before our finals, as we are getting ready for that, before the grand finals, it is time for something a little bit different, something a little bit special here. It's time for this week's random raffle.
Raffle! If you are participating in our tournament, you are eligible to participate in our raffle, a $5 raffle. Any player who participates in at least one series and finishes the series, whether they won or not, doesn't matter. As long as they finish the series, they are eligible to be in a random raffle that will determine if you get $5 US dollars or not. Only one. There's only room for one, and it's not Yakuzaku. So, without further ado, let's get into our raffle for today's. That's Sea Duckling Open. The other one, what's the name of the tournament? Sparkling Tuna Cup.
Let's go. Yes, as you mentioned, this is just a way to spread the love, to spread the prize money here. Again, if you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, if you want to help support this tournament, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat, as the Patreon does fund specifically our tournaments like Sparkling Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Master Swan Open as well. It is all funded via Patreon. So thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much for the support that we do get, and it's time for that drum roll.
It doesn't work. We've tried it. I tried to remove the codec from the thing, and it just doesn't do anything.
It's fine.
I can maybe do it with my, but it probably like mutes that as well. So I can do like this. Drum roll, please.
You're like, technology has come too far. But with that, congratulations, because this week our random raffle winner is Medic Jr.
Yay! Congratulations.
Yeah, GG, well played, man. Junior, of course. He was knocked out in the first round. We actually featured him against Oreo earlier today in the round of 32. The American Terran player may have gone down in the first round, but does walk away with 5 USD. GG.
More than Oreo, who beat him.
True.
That's them's the rules.
Mm-hmm. But yes, we are going to be getting ready. As a reminder, it's going to be a best of 5 grand finals here between Krystianer and Trigger. And yeah, coming into this, I mean, I had an inkling here that we might see at least one of these 2 players in the finals, but not both of them. I'm very, very impressed here. I mean, again, we have seen Trigger and Krystianer pop off and take down these big Terrans before, but consecutively like this, impressive.
Very nicely done, indeed. Yeah, the Portos is powerful. It's a good race to have. It's a good race to play against Terran, especially.
It's pretty good. I mean, especially in the current meta. Like in the current meta, it has been a lot more prevalent to gain that map control, to gain the economic lead, to gain a little momentum early on as well. The non-stop Zealot run by Zealot counterattacks. We have seen. I mean, as you mentioned, we've seen a lot of Protoss players kind of pick up their pace and go a lot faster as well. You mentioned something that I noticed this week, and you actually said it last week, and I think, or last time and the time before that as well. I think with Skilless versus ByuN, where it's like, yo, like ByuN's having a hard time keeping up. Like he's being out ByuN'd. He said that about Trigger. He said that about Skilless as well. Where like they're getting fast. These younger Protoss players. It's crazy.
As if they weren't bad enough before.
You're like, now they have APM. It's crazy.
Now you understand why Terrans don't hate TVT. Like Terran versus Terran, because they play Terran versus Protoss, and that's way worse.
You
like,
say
after you survive Terran versus Protoss, TVT is like, it's a Terran, it's fine.
Oh, yo, say that to Clem, Babby. He exclusively avoids TVTs. He's done with it.
Yeah, because he found the power of Protoss. He was like, wait, this is way easier.
True.
I can just play Protoss. Why don't I do that?
But yeah,
it's like playing Terran, but without the Terran.
But we are going to be setting up here. It looks like our players need a little bit of time to conduct their vetoes. Otherwise, hope you're all enjoying yourselves in the chat as we made it to the finals. Made it.
Did we mention that the quarterfinalists also get the semifinalists also get prize money?
True, exactly. Yeah,
for this month.
Yeah, thanks to the Patreon, thanks to the support on Patreon, we actually are able to pay out top 4 instead of top 2. For many years, it was only top 2 players get paid out, but here now top 4 as well. So it does mean that both Kira and ByuN get to walk away with some extra prize money.
Yee! Thank you, Patreons, for
yes.
for putting your money on the line for the sake of StarCraft, saving esports and whatnot. Krystianer? Oh, okay, he switched. He was Terran for a minute there. Like, is he race switching to the worst race against Protoss?
Let's go.
Oh no!
No.
Is he doing a reverse Clem?
We've yet to see that, by the way. We've yet to see that. I can't wait for that to eventually
I wonder
happen.
why. I wonder why no one switches to Terran versus Protoss.
I know. I want to say. I think I've seen Hero do it. I've seen Hero play Terran. For fun though, like for memes. Like I think he's played Terran against Max Packs to avoid PvP. He's like, you know what? I'll have some fun. And he I think he did nothing but all in when he when he played Terran.
That's his idea of fun. I don't know. And speaking of our idea of fun, we are on ley lines where the lines are being laid. We're in the southwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of Korea through Canada through Korea. It is our blue Protoss representing Team Basilisk. Give it up for Trigger.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Offside Esports. It is Krystianer. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series in this PvP. Will it go the way of our Polish Protoss or our Canadian Protoss? Up to you to decide. Best of luck.
Also, yes, I am a whiny Terran, although I don't play Terran. I don't play anything, actually. I haven't played a competitive game of StarCraft in something like 5 years.
Hey, 100% win rate.
I do all the 100% win rate in broadcasted matches.
Yeah.
So there's that.
True.
There's that. Yeah.
MVP of the Ducklings.
But no, I have about something like 70 career games in Terran, and that includes Wings of Liberty. So I'm a Gold League caster. I know my place.
Still have that 100%. It's fine.
Yes.
For now, though, we do have some standard openers. It's going to be 2-gate opener out of Krystianer, 2-gate opener out of Trigger as well. We have Stalker Sentry from both sides so far. Mirrored builds, mirrored setups. Nothing crazy. Not yet.
Yeah, doesn't play but whines about Protoss. Yes, that's typical Terran, indeed.
With Terran, that's everyone on Reddit.
But you have the cause and effect is reversed. It's because of Protoss that we don't play. Like, we went up against Protoss, we lost, and decided this is bullshit, and we don't play anymore.
Story of
Then
Steel.
we whine. Story of Terran.
From here, though, we are going to be settling in. We do have initial openers. Natural bases are being taken here for the time being, and we're waiting to see either player deviate. Speaking of, we have our tech of choice, Twilight Council, out of Trigger.
Krystianer looks like he's setting up for a scout with that. No, it is a proxy. Yay! Proxy, yay!
Does set up his proxy.
Proxy
Does keep
good,
the
proxy
probe.
fun.
It does keep his probe in position as well, so he may even commit into a gateway here as well. So we'll see how aggressive Krystianer plans on being. Does also take up into a Twilight Council, but that is a delayed Twilight Council out of Trigger. Sorry, out of Krystianer. Oh.
Okay, they were moving out. Oh, he concentrates fire on the hallucinations first, losing a lot of DPS there, but the force fields of Krystianer keep the sentries of Trigger away, and they couldn't really defend that. Those stalkers. Trigger does catch one of the stalkers of Krystianer on the side of the force fields. Does manage to catch it. So nice little trades here, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, very nice pickups here by Trigger to be able to catch out a sentry, catch out a stalker, but here comes the intercept. Here comes the warpins from the pylon. Oh.
Good control by both of these players right now. But this time Krystianer is on the other side of the map. Trigger might be on the back foot here. Is he going to scout the proxy there?
Yes, he's trying to fight on two locations at once. We do see Krystianer once again reinforcing. Looks like Krystianer, he will lose the battle on the right-hand side, but he does still keep pushing in.
He did drag Trigger out of position, but he also had some stalkers at home to defend, and Krystianer just didn't have enough to capitalize on this move, and now gets his forces stuck here on the map. Maybe he needs a recall, I think. Definitely doesn't want to lose that.
Yes, he bleeds out a lot of units here. He can try to recall, he can try to preserve this.
Even exposes the probe.
Oh, barely, barely out of vision. That little alcove was barely out of vision of the stalkers.
But he does catch the proxy location pylon here. Yeah, it was a nice move by Krystianer, but it didn't pan out as well as he had hoped, I think. And now the adepts coming in here. One of them goes down almost immediately. The other will do a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy.
So 2 more depths to go down. Likewise, Trigger, he only loses 2 probes. So far, a better trade here from Trigger. Behind this, going for a gateway explosion, getting him to 4 gates. Likewise, so is Krystianer. Both players delaying their expansions. Krystianer is going to be the first to take his 3rd base, but Trigger, he shouldn't be too far behind.
Trigger is getting a warp prism. Blink has been finished for quite a while for Trigger. Krystianer is still working on his. If Trigger moves in right now, he might have a little bit of an advantage while pushing, especially with the warp prism.
Yeah, unfortunately, despite getting Blink earlier, Trigger, he hasn't really been able to flex that upgrade advantage over his opponent yet. But with that Warp Prism, he can reinforce, right? So he's going to be the aggressor here. He's going to push out. He will have reinforcements on the front lines. Looking at the units tab, the Stalker counts are comparable between the two players, but Trigger does have those sentries.
Krystianer goes for a 6-minute probe scout there, just to see what Trigger has in his third base. So he has some information. He's getting ready for the move out by Trigger here to push into this base. Gonna catch some of these workers as they are being transferred.
It does get called out. Trigger, he does have the greater concave moving in, forcing Krystianer back. Shield battery is not ready. The boys, they have to be pulled.
Krystianer, in the meantime, sends a couple of adepts from the proxy location, a second pylon proxy location, into the base of Trigger. I don't know if that's going to do enough damage, especially if he loses his third base.
Yeah, I mean, the probes are going to be going down and boys are being pulled across the map, but as you mentioned, this third base is under fire. We do see as an attempt to surround here by Krystianer, but Trigger, he just has so many stalkers.
Krystianer is pulling this apart, though. Trigger is not concentrating on the base, so that buys Krystianer a lot of time to warp in more units.
Yeah, he does reinforce, he does.
Nexus.
Yeah, it does warp in. Going for the prism. Oh my god. Prism goes down, the base will still fall. There's no saving this expansion. Meanwhile, those reps are still wreaking havoc, by the way. They got 10 probes across the map.
Very nicely done by Krystianer. Very patient defense here, and it's actually going to maybe clean up Trigger's stalkers here? Question mark?
Are you intentionally saying Krystianer, or are you...
My brain is not good, as we've established. Someone took my amygdala and kicked it in the butt.
Oh, no.
And it hasn't been...
I wasn't sure because you explained it before, so I didn't know if you were doing that on purpose. I don't know.
When do I ever do anything on purpose?
It's fine, it's fine.
I'm a Terran. I'm a victim of circumstance.
Oh, no.
I'm a whiny Terran.
Oh, no. But Krystianer, he does defend back at home, he does deflect, but upon losing that expansion, so going to be down here in the economy. His probe count is pretty comparable with Trigger, but he's on distance mining.
Krystianer. No, I didn't say Krystianer. I'm just bad at words. I was not disrespecting.
Oh, no. As Krystianer, he does set up, or he's trying to recover, I should say. Immortal production is well underway. Extra gateways as well. Trigger, he does have momentum, and it's going to be a tough hold here for Krystianer. Now, there are ways to bounce back. Once then, he can warp in more adepts. He can try to force Trigger back home, but I don't know if Trigger will take that bait. Actually, never mind. Does turn back around for a moment.
I don't know why. Trigger had a really good push here. Oh, it's just... He does have the Warp Prism. He should be on the other side of the map. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he will defend against the Adepts. Zelta get across the map. But now he does confirm how little there is to defend. As you mentioned, now he should commit. He should push.
Okay. Okay, I like it. So he didn't completely back away from the attack. He was just making sure he's safe while doing some run-bys. So, yeah, okay. Maybe a better decision than I thought.
They'll say peel off into the middle line. They drag Krystianer out of position, and now Trigger, he moves in.
There is a shield battery over here in the natural base. The third base is quite exposed, though. Stalkers get into the mineral line.
To get in, they'll say
great concave by Trigger.
He's got the better concave, more reinforcements, and GG gets called. Krystianer, he gets overwhelmed, and Trigger, he will take game number 1. GG.
Yes, for those who aren't up to speed, back in the day when I was casting Krystianer, see, I'm doing it again. For some reason, I read that there's another I after Krystianer, and that got stuck in my head, even though there was no I in that thing. And it's apparently the bug is still in the brain; it can't go away.
Old habits die hard. They die. It's okay.
They don't die at all. They just don't die. They're immortal.
But GG will play it again. Trigger, he was able to get a little momentum early on. It was really chaotic actually, the early game between Krystianer and Trigger when it came to the early game aggression. We had Stalkers, Adepts kind of like moving in, moving out, behind the armies as well. In the end, Trigger, he did outtrade his opponent. That all led into his big moment, which was knocking down the third base. Once he was able to bring down that third, Krystianer, he just had a very hard time recovering and building up from there.
But still, good work by Krystianer to just counterattack all the time. He did great work with the adepts constantly. He had a good shot in there. He was very active. It wasn't easy for Trigger to get that executed. Anyway, speaking of things that don't work properly, we are on Amygdala. We're in the northeast corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland. Representing Offside Gaming, it is our red Protoss. Give it up for Krystianer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Team Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is Trigger.
Yes, Einstein, you can't teach a sock puppet new tricks. An old sock puppet. Which is what I am.
No.
Definitely feel old. Definitely feel like a sock.
I mean, for those that are old school viewers of the CranKy Ducklings, if I'm not mistaken, there was a puppet before the puppet, right? There was a.
I forgot to bring the prop box. It's behind the green screen.
It's fine. It's fine. But if I remember correctly, right before like the more suave, the more scandalous puppet that you have now, there was an older puppet, right? Am I crazy? Why? Or
no.
No? Okay.
I had the flags first. That was the first prop I used.
Okay.
I had the flags, and I think I had the ducky as well. I had the little duck that was on the microphone. And then I got the puppet.
Okay.
Because someone suggested we do a sock puppet. As a joke, someone suggested that we do a sock puppet cast. And I just took that to heart, and I just bought a really nice puppet I found on a puppet on Etsy. And I was like, "Oh, this looks really cool." And I, all right, I'll buy that. Yeah. And I didn't tell anyone. Even Kuro didn't know. Kuro was streaming, was producing the episode. She didn't know. It's just the camera went on, and just there was a puppet casting. That was a great reveal, I think. I'm very proud of that. I was able to keep a lid on it and not expose my plan for like a few weeks while it was brewing.
I was peak steal mode. Meanwhile, Krystianer is going for a one-base all-in. He's going for a one-base all-in. Trigger, he immediately scouts the all-in. He will focus on the pylon. Pylon goes down. Second pylon is up, though. The robot will be maintained, and Krystianer, he will keep the proxy going. But again, the power of surprise there is no longer there. Trigger knows.
And losing those two pylons is pretty bad. That's a lot of minerals to lose at the beginning of the game when you are in a one-base all-in, in a proxy.
Yes, Trigger still does maintain himself. He does poke in once again with those Stalkers. He will confirm the initial Prism opener here of Krystianer. That's a lot of Adepts. He's going to try to chase us down. Oh.
Seeing Adepts killing Stalkers is kind of, I wish we did a little more damage here.
Yeah, as the Adepts they do get into the main base. As a reminder, two Adepts say one-shot probes, so the mineral line is going to be exposed. Behind this Trigger trying to build up his Stalker count, and probes are going to be going down. Oh.
Okay, one Adept goes down. More Stalkers are coming in to defend, and this attack will be shut down, at least for now. It might keep Trigger on this side of the map for a while now, but I don't see a problem with that. He is on two bases. He can recover the walkers that he lost pretty easily. Krystianer is still on one base. I don't know if Trigger should be moving out right now.
Yeah, he's being very proactive here. Very risky maneuver by Trigger, but he does end up reinforcing now with his own Immortal, with his own Robo. Nice force field out of Krystianer. He does hold down one of the Stalkers.
Yeah, does he even know that he knows that he's in a one base all in, right?
Yeah.
He hasn't scouted on the other side of the map, but he knows. Just from flow of the game that there's no base there. Oh, almost catches the War Prism.
Prism does survive. That's
But
two
double
Stalkers going
immortal
down.
They kill Immortals so fast. Sorry, the Immortals kill Stalkers so fast.
Yeah, it's a third Stalker falling, so that's going to be 3 Stalker kills already. Nice pickups here from Krystianer. He rotates over towards the low ground. Sentries are in position. Force fields are available. Trigger does not have shield batteries, though.
China trading so much better so far in the game.
Game
Oh.
paused.
As looks like we might have some latency issues here. A really rough moment to pause is what I will say, because we are in the middle of engaging, but it might be latency, might be something else though. Maybe someone at the door.
Gotta get that DoorDash thingy. What is
Yeah,
it?
menu
What's the
log. Menu log.
thing? Menu log, right. All the way in Poland. Alright, yeah. A pause in the middle of like a micro-intense situation there is always a little iffy for both players.
Yeah,
It really takes you out of the zone.
100%. As Krystianer does move back in, we'll focus on the pilot. Let's not just pilot. Oh my god.
Yeah, the War Prism for Trigger gets delayed there just as it was about to pop out, and the shield battery is already powered
Yeah.
to boot, so it's gonna be a problem. But still, I don't think Krystianer is enough to actually push in there.
He's got 4 immortals.
Thinks he does.
Yeah, he has 4 immortals, mate. He can just force his way in. The Prism has arrived, does juggle well, does save one of the immortals, but again, Trigger, he's being overwhelmed.
Good juggling there with both players, but yeah, Krystianer just has too much. And we have ourselves a sideways 1-1.
Yeah, GG, well played. Krystianer, he does overwhelm. Again, just some key pickups here and there, catching out some Stalkers, catching out the Pylon as well. So very nice target firing out of Krystianer. Despite Trigger scouting ahead of time, he was not able to stop the all-in.
Okay, so the Poland does have a menu log. It's called Pyszny, which means delicious.
It's owned by the same company that owns Menulog, actually.
Ah.
So if you
Oh, we got Sandworm is our next map. We haven't seen that today.
True. We've seen a lot of ley lines. We've seen mainly
A lot of ley lines.
Mainly
Just
ley
laying
lines.
them lines.
Yes.
All day long.
Everyone. Just taking them lines.
Christieser? What? What? Espios, what does that mean?
It's the iser. He is him. Takes the game.
Christiane? What? I don't get it. I don't get it. And speaking of things I don't get, sandworm, where there are no sand and barely any sand and definitely no worms. In the northeast corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland. Getting his Pyszny going there. It is representing Offside Gaming. It is not blue, not purple, red Protoss. Give it up for Krystianer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player living in the land of South Korea, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger.
Is the opposite of ain't. Okay, so it's like, instead of Christ ain't, or it's Christ is. Or it's like a bad pun on a bad pun. it's not working. It's not working for me. And I know bad puns.
He does.
Ask Eiston. I know my bad puns.
But yeah, for the first time tonight, we're going to be featuring Sandworm. Sandworm, of course, do feature these streak cones in the center, if you will, or dragon's teeth, or just massive spikes in the middle, which can disrupt some of the movements here.
It's Pope hats.
It's what?
They look like a Pope hat.
A Pope hat?
Pope hat.
Oh,
Yeah, this is what the Pope's hat looks like.
Sure. Sure, I guess.
So far, I'm the only one who sees this. I don't know why, but you know.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it, but okay.
Let's say I'm the crazy one.
It's got the color. I'll give you that. It's got like the white like yellowish shade of color for sure. Sure.
I'll show you one day. I'll show you.
Okay.
See if I can find a picture.
For now, that we're going to be settling up, it is going to be a double gate opener out of a trigger, going for a Stargate. Meanwhile, Krystianer, 2-gate opener as well into what looks to be a faster expansion. So we do mix things up here. Krystianer should be the initial defender with a faster base, and we should be seeing Trigger being the aggressor with the faster oracles.
I mean, on this map, it's okay. It helps you get over the annoying pathing in the middle of the map, right? Yeah. We have these air units that don't quite care about this nonsense. While stalkers can't quite chase them easily across the map, so it tends to work pretty nicely.
Yeah, the first oracle is going to be cornered.
We have seen situations where those bollards prevented stalkers from catching an air unit.
True.
It was running away from them.
Stalkers are thick units. They do not squeeze through. They don't fit.
Yeah, they do look a bit like a helmet, though. Like one of those skull caps, but like really elongated.
As we do have our initial depths getting across the map, getting 2 probe kills so far. Nothing major though. For the most part, Krystianer, he does keep up. He does defend, at least against the initial wave. Krystianer, he also scattered. With hallucination, he's fully aware of what's going on. He is aware of the oracle.
The Adept even manages to get away, so that's nice. Nice to have in your back pocket. Oracle comes in. Shouldn't be doing too much damage. There is enough anti-air here, so it has to back away. Actually, it did get 1 kill.
Yeah,
it was a probe, okay.
And gets 1 kill so far. Nothing major, as you did mention, so just 1 kill with the Oracle. We did harass a little bit with the Adepts earlier as well. Both players working towards Blink, both players working towards the later game, but the Oracle does go back in, gets another 1, gets another 2 probes. Oh!
Good value out of that War Prism, not War Prism, the other one. Oracle. So far, but Krystianer is on top of that with the Stalkers. Blink is going to be finished for both players at the same time, so nothing crazy there. Krystianer is setting up another proxy. It's going to be a Stargate. No Stargate. Wait, the other gate, Warp Gate.
Gateways on the way here for Krystianer, so he can reinforce across the map. Likewise, getting up to his initial 3, soon to be 4 gate setup. So 4 gate Blink Stalker, hyper aggression here by Krystianer. He's hoping to overwhelm his opponents. Meanwhile, we do see Trigger did at least get a safety 3rd gateway, so his production is a little bit lower there than his opponent, but not by too much.
Proxy for Krystianer is going to be a great position for counter attack. So you see, the Stalkers have to go all the way around.
Yeah, they're thick. They can't fit.
Which is strange because they're probably taller than the actual bollard. They can just walk around them with their big legs.
Yeah, this is not to scale, See,
good use of the force fields there. Trigger trying to back away, but the bollards are getting in the way.
At the same time, while Krystianer is distracted, we do get Adepts here towards the right hand side. Meanwhile, the Oracle into the main, going for the stasis as well. Krystianer, he does notice in time that's still going to be 4 probe kills across the map.
Krystianer is pushing Trigger back, killing more Stalkers, and is going to be in a position to threaten that 3rd base, and he does have that proxy location to reinforce from. It's very dangerous for Trigger right now.
Yeah, again, Krystianer, he's up a gateway, so he has more production, he has more Stalkers trying to break on through his shield batteries. They do come into play though. Trigger trying to make a stand.
Nice blink micro from both of these players. The shield battery is depleted for Trigger. He does reinforce it with the Nexus, but it's not going to be enough. There are more and more Stalkers coming in, being worked from the proxy location. All those new shield batteries are going to go down.
Yeah, the explosive pylon does fall, which means nothing is powered. The shield batteries do fall, and the third base is going to be broken again. Krystianer, he did go into 4-gate aggression on 2 bases, and Trigger, he tried to expand, he tried to be greedy, he gets punished for it, and the third base is going to fall.
Actually, that's a good question. Can Colossi walk over the bollards? He should, right?
That's a good question. I want to say yes, but I don't think I've seen them walk through there, so I don't know.
We need verification before we give a full account. Okay. Speaking of verification, Krystianer verifying the fact that he can just kill space. I think this is not a holdable position for Trigger.
Yeah, again, Trigger just a little bit too greedy. He was unaware of what was going on. He did not scout the proxy gateway, and with that, Krystianer, he will overwhelm. The Immortal has arrived, but again, Krystianer, he can just dive on the Immortal, and he will.
Oh! Running forward, GG is called. Krystianer going up to match point.
Yeah, and suddenly
2-1 in this series.
Krystianer, one game away from becoming our champion. Krystianer, he was dubbed Krystianer not too long ago. The reasoning for this is because Krystianer, outside of playing in a lot of Tuna Cups, he has won the most sparkling tunas in the history of our tournament series. Out of all any other players out there, he has won the most. And despite that, we had some heavy competition here this week, but he is one game away from claiming another win.
Indeed. But Trigger is not out just yet. He's proven himself pretty competent against Krystianer.
Yeah, he really has. In this last game, again, he was just a little bit too greedy. We've seen a lot of aggression, I mean, from both sides, to be fair. But in the last 2 games, in the previous game, of course, we did have Krystianer going for the 1-base all-in with a proxy robo, and Trigger maybe being a little bit too cavalier in that defense. And here in this game as well, similarly, we had Krystianer just being hyper aggressive, and likewise Trigger being caught off guard once again.
Those proxy locations, the proxy warpins, they're so powerful. It's so people, you underestimate them, but they really can really swing a game when it comes to the Protoss.
Yeah, they really can, and we'll see if Krystianer can set up once again. As we are loading into our next game, we're going to be loading into Persephone as game number 4.
This is not ley lines.
True.
No more ley lines. We're done with ley lines for tonight.
Get it out of here. Get it out of here.
Get it out of here. No, I got it. Okay. Anyway, we are on Persephone, the bringer of spring and death. For some reason. Speaking of bringing up death, in the northwest corner of the map, all the way from the land of Poland, representing Team Offside are Red Protoss, up 2-1 in this best of 5 series. On match point, give it up for Krystianer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is a Trigger.
I should probably ask Kuro, what's the Polish pronunciation of Krystianer? Is it like Krystianer? Or something like that?
Something like that.
Because that will probably be the accurate one, right?
I mean, it's just Christian, like the name, like Christian, but Polishified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if it's qualified, it's Krystianer.
That's true. We need more.
That's more qualified.
Yeah,
it has like 5 Z's in it for some reason.
True.
5 Z's, 2 C's.
Yeah, there's a
5
W in
Y's.
there. Yeah. God damn. Look, there have been some great. There's someone in the chat that shows up every now and then that has a Polish name, like a Polish word as a name, and I cannot even attempt to pronounce it. I can't even try.
I think I know. I thought it's Najlepši škorde.
Maybe. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I know that name.
Uh-huh.
It's another old name. I remember that from the Proxy Tempest's cast as well. That's when I learned how to pronounce that.
There you go. There you go.
Najlepši škorde.
You got it. You got it.
I know
cannot-
all the very difficult Polish names, like Grzegorz Bielczykiewicz.
Meanwhile, one way soul in. Trigger is going for a one way soul in, and Krystianer, he does scout. I'm getting deja vu here of the game on Amygdala, but now the roles have been reversed as Krystianer is now the defender.
I wonder why this location though. This seems like such an exposed, like such an easy to detect. It's like right in the path of any scouting probe, right?
Yes, with that, the robo is going to be depowered. Likewise, we do see Trigger. He does try to bust past. Alas, is going to be shut down. So far, Krystianer doing a great job here. The robo it's so heavily delayed.
This proxy is no longer a proxy. There's some finals coming up here, but I think Krystianer should be able to snipe those.
He should be able to.
Maybe not.
Yes, Stalkers have a right that will distract Krystianer for the time being. Adepts are coming from behind, so Krystianer, he's going to have to back the hell off. He will have to retreat. He will not lose the Adept, so he'll lose the Stalker. He will barely save it. Oh! Oof.
The Stalker hiding in the steam.
Yeah.
I mean, its job is just to buy time, right?
Yeah, it is buying time. The robo is repowered. The first Immortal is on the way, so we are back in this. The All-In is back online. Likewise, Krystianer setting up here back at home, and Krystianer does go for a counterattack, trying to force Trigger back. Or even catching reinforcements.
Krystianer trying to sneak around. I don't know. That's not enough though. That's 3 Stalkers and a Sentry. Yeah, 1 Warpin is enough to deal with that, basically.
Yeah, he does trade well here. At the same time, we do see Trigger. He does get across the map, does catch one of the Sentries, gets one, gets 2. The shield batteries in already.
Okay, 1 shield battery does manage to finish, but it's already depleted. The Immortal just does so much damage.
And you can see, even with this being delayed, this hits so hard. And we do have a couple of warp-in of Zealous, so the shield batteries have been all shut down. We do see Krystianer trying to dive on that prism, but alas, he won't quite be able to get it. Oh,
He might be able to get that Immortal. As long as he keeps the Warp Prism away. Well, he keeps on pushing. Krystianer, he's just chasing that. I mean, it shuts down the proxy attack, right?
yeah, he's shutting it down for the time being, but alas, Trigger, he's not done. He's not done. He's still rallying across the map. Also, the person I was mentioning is in the chat. You can see the guy was like, wrong bro, so wrong him. But I think that's the. I think he. Something he showed up.
Życie holowodzi, Żyszka wciąż do wody, a to Żyszka kakao, Żyszka wciśka wyciczkę. Nailed it. I think Discord probably muted half of that because he thought it was background noise.
Yeah, he thought it was static, just in the background. Oh no. As here we go, we do have Trigger now moving in. Again, he does maintain both Immortals. Likewise, Krystianer, he has his own defensive Immortals now popping out.
Krystianer doesn't have a lot to defend, and 1 shield battery might not be enough here. There's no Warp Prism to juggle his Immortals, but well, Trigger does have a Warp Prism for that. It'll be a tough one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. We have a third Immortal on the way for Krystianer. Krystianer, he's not getting a Warp Prism of his own, but so far he is pulling off this defense. Krystianer being very aggressive here, being pulled out into the open.
And Trigger does now has 3 Immortals here, and the Warp Prism.
He is built
okay,
up to...
now Krystianer does have 3 Immortals. It's a game of how many Immortals do you have right now?
Yeah, I mean, Trigger, he has micro potential, right? He's able to juggle back, able to preserve those units as well. Despite that, Krystianer, very nice target firing, does take down most of the Stalkers, and Krystianer, he will force this all the way back.
And Trigger's Immortals are pretty low on health right now. And one was sniped, and now we're fighting over the proxy location, which might go down pretty fast if Trigger doesn't sacrifice units to gain that DPS somehow.
Yeah, the immortals they go down one after the other. Every immortal falls, and that's gonna be it. That's gonna be game.
GG is
GG gets called. Krystianer, he will take the series 3-1. GG, well played. A very intense finals, a very intense moment with that proxy. I was a little bit concerned that Krystianer was overextending, that he was being a little bit too aggressive on the map, especially when the robot got repowered. But no, with that Krystianer, he had reason to be aggressive, reason to be that confident. GG, very well played.
Yeah, very, very nicely done, very nicely defended, very good decision making, jumping on top of those Warp Prism, keeping the proxy attack away from the base, buying himself time to get more immortals out, and keeping them alive. And at the end, he just managed to catch Trigger with 1 second where he wasn't microing the immortals, and 2 of them went down, and the Warp Prism goes down, and then that's it. That's done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I messaged Krystianer. I was like, GG, it's been a while, Papi. He's like, it's my cup, Papi.
My cup. This is my house. You don't come to my house.
True. GG, well played. Congratulations to Krystianer. Again, he has won the most Sparkling Tuna Cups in the past. Despite that, really impressive run here, just because it was not an easy bracket for Krystianer whatsoever.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, he went through Cure to get here, of all people. He went through Gerald. He went through Oreo. The toughest opponent.
Yeah. He got past the wrists, past the mustache.
Past the wrists of Voltron.
Huh?
Past the wrist, past the mustache. Past the Cure.
Exactly.
And past the Trigger.
It's very impressive performance there by Krystianer, especially because, again, he hasn't been as active recently in our tournaments. It looks like Krystianer was taking a little bit of time off, but maybe with the announcement of EWC, he has been reinvigorated and been motivated once again. So very, very well done there. Congratulations to Krystianer, and my condolences to the other competitors, but of course, they do still walk away with some prize money there. Trigger alongside Cure and ByuN. And if you want to support this tournament, you can do so in a couple of different ways. ! Matcherino in the chat. There is a Matcherino page for this tournament. The prize money, the payouts are all done via Matcherino, so you can help boost the prize pool there if you wish. Otherwise, Patreon is the place to be. You can see our Patreon just under the bracket. We do fund this tournament via Patreon, and you can help us grow the tournament via Patreon as well.
Indeed, and I will stare at you until you go to Patreon and put some money in there.
He'll do his best mana impression.
I will not break. I will not break. I will hold. Actually, I will not. I'm already bored with it.
But thank you so much.
I did my part.
You did. And thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our patrons. Thank you so much, Steelmold, as well, for joining me tonight. I do appreciate it. We do have 2 broadcasts here this evening. We just wrapped up with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we're going to be live once again in 2 hours with the HSL, with Hispanic StarCraft League.
Look at that. You actually get a couple of hours to take a nap and maybe eat something.
I am so scared to nap. I'm like, if I have 2 hours and I basically I can nap for like maybe an hour, and then I have to make sure I wake up and I don't keep sleeping. So I'm a little bit paranoid about napping.
I get. Also, you know, if you take a too long nap, you wake up super groggy and you're like,
you have to hit that sweet
spot. You wake up
spot.
more tired than you were.
Yeah, I think it's like 45 minutes. You have to hit like just before the next like REM cycle or something. There's something about that, but yeah.
For me, 15 minutes is like between 15 and 20 minutes. That's like the power nap. If I manage to nap for 15 minutes, I wake up fine. If I go longer than that, then I have to go like an hour and a half or something. Other than that, it's just like I wake up a zombie.
It's not going to be easy here, but yeah, just checking out the schedule here for the CranKy Ducklings. You can see us. We just wrapped up the Sunday broadcast, and now you can see Monday, 1 a.m. KST. That is 2 a.m. AEST. Again, that is in 2 hours time. We're going to be live with day 2 of the HSL. We have the War DTV Monday tomorrow. We have the Pigastore Monday, the Rex April Madness, and so on. Plenty of content here throughout the month. Throughout the week, throughout the month. We have 2 casts a day every single day. Once again, though, we have half a day off on Friday. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Steel, we didn't get
we're down to half a day off.
Yeah,
we're down to half a day off.
This week we had no time off at all. but this coming week we have half a day off. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's also a podcast on top of that.
True.
Just so you know.
True. No, bro.
It's the mage my hedge.
But yeah, with that, you can follow us, you can support us here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, Steel Mold, where can people find more of you? What is the next...
Right here on the CranKy Ducklings.
What's the next overlay you're going to make?
There was a game that I was thinking about streaming. I think we talked about it last cast or something, but I forgot which one it is already because I was just playing Star Sector and Factorio, so what's the point? Yeah, but you can find me on twitch.tv/steelmold. On the rare occasion where I do stream, that will be where I am streaming. Twitch.tv/steelmold, that is twitch.tv/steelmold. And Light, where they can find you streaming Final Fantasy with your crazy band of degenerates who play Final Fantasy.
True. Exclamation mark Light in the chat, and you get a link to my Twitch and my YouTube as well. I do stream whenever I can. As you can see, I don't get to stream very often, but every now and then, we get half a day off from casting, and I'm able to stream some Final Fantasy. So that's going to be on Friday. Friday should be Final Fantasy stream. Otherwise, you can find me here on the CranKy Ducklings as we cast on a daily basis, every single day, multiple times a day. And again, our next broadcast is going to be in 2 hours' time.
When are we getting Stick 'em Old in Final Fantasy 14? Probably never, because I saw you streaming for 6 hours last time, and I'm not doing that.
Oh, no.
Screw that.
But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. Also, you can you can support us and follow us on all the social medias. YouTube is the place to be. Right now, we cast more than any other channel out there in StarCraft, more than anyone else. But if you can't watch something live, then YouTube is the place to be to watch the VODs yourself. So VODs are uploaded on a daily basis. Check out the YouTube, check out the Twitch, check out the Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Otherwise, thanks for watching. And
shout out to our live YouTube watchers and live YouTube chat.
Yes,
it's not as active as the Twitch chat, but there are people there. We see you.
Yeah.
We see you.
It's usually more chill. It's sometimes more active. But yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. The stream is going to be coming back online in a couple of hours, so make sure you're here for the final day of the HSL. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time. Ciao.